Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. You woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Do this for a second.
And now, another
Yeah.
major production.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just get the money, it's not always the business. Yeah, forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, 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 bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please. How y'all feeling out there? How y'all feeling? Y'all feel good? We're back, we're back, we're back. It's always good to be on here. You know, this is my therapy in this crazy, crazy world. You know, try to feel like I'm having an impact, try to feel like I'm doing something, you know. It's a real struggle. I was reading something somewhere where they was like, or I was watching something, and the guy was saying, you know, if you feel good about the way things are, if you're not aware, if the way things are going, if it's not affecting you, then like, where's your heart? Like, I don't know. I'm paraphrasing terribly, but it's like, you know, if you feel like things aren't right, then that means you still have your humanity. You know, you still have a heart, you're still alive. You're not hollow. You know. You know, I can't, you know, I find my happiness in just being alive in the moment. And I think that the whole thing with happiness is, you know, you have to create it or whatever. You have to be happy. You just have to be it. It's something that you personify. I struggle with it. I ain't gonna lie, I struggle with it, but I think about it all the time, and I try to live in the moment as much as I can, which is a real struggle. But like I say, if you're looking at if you're fine with the way things are, I I don't understand how you can be. And it kind of it doesn't really matter where you are on the political spectrum or on the social economic spectrum. Wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever religion you have, you have to feel, that things aren't the way they should be or whatever, the way they could be or whatever. Maybe they'll never be. Maybe it'll never be as they're always saying it's the end of the world, right? They've been saying that as long as I've been alive. And the end hasn't come. The rapture hasn't come. Maybe it has, and we just didn't notice. And all of us that's still here suffering. I don't know. The name of the show today is You Scaring Me. And I got this idea from there's a scene from the movie Django, and the guy, he's like, you say you ain't know him. I don't. You know him. I don't. Then why is you crying? Cause you scaring me. Why is I scaring you? Cause you scary. Anyways, the way the political situations are right now is pretty damn scary, and some of the stuff that's coming out of these people's mouth is pretty damn scary. Like, I'm not afraid somebody's gonna break in my house and shoot me or something like that. It's not that kind of scary. It's the kind of scary of like the direction that things are going, the way the world will be, what kind of world we're going to leave for the children, all the children around the world. What kind of future will they have? The us that are old enough to really do anything or make a difference. What are we doing? What kind of world are we leaving for them? Maybe we had our struggles. We had our stuff that was put on our lap as a result of previous generations. And we dealt with them the best that we can. But if we just want to kick the can down the road and, just get by and leave this stuff in the lap of the next generation, that's the reason why you have like the OK Boomer thing that's online, because of what younger generations, the millennials and Generation Z feel about the boomers, So will that be the same for us, the younger folks, whoever, millennials, Generation X, even Generation Z, which they're not in a position to really do much now, but will the future generations look at them that way and be like, okay Boomer, or okay Millennial, or okay Generation Z or whatever? I don't know. It's just thoughts that I have. The way things are going is pretty damn scary. It's not like I say, it's not like they've been saying end of the world forever. It's not like end of the world scary. It's more of like, what kind of world are we going to live in scary? And like, how can this stuff come out of these people's mouths scary? Like, how can you possibly say that? How can you believe that? Or how can you think that way scary? The devoid of truth, the devoid of integrity and character, justice, scary. We're gonna live in a world with no truth. People just have their opinions and their own truths, or we're going to live in a world with no justice, no fairness, no humility, no heart, you know, no love. Is that the world that we're going to live in? Is that what we're going to leave for the children? I don't know. I feel compelled to try to do something. So this is that. I try to do, news analysis and try to get people to look at things in a different way and try to get people to be able to hear, to bridge the gap as far as people being able to hear both sides of whatever um, thing, whatever subject or item that we're looking at, to open people's minds to other ways of thinking, other ways to do things. We have these ideas that the way we do things is the only way that it could be done, or it's the best way that things can be done. And in a lot of situations, I feel like that's just simply not true. It's just that certain groups benefit from things being the way that they are, and they put a lot of energy into getting people to think that there is no other way, or that this is the best way, you know. And then people fall within their religious dogmas, and they get caught in those, and um, they are programmed, and they just are blinded, Um, what do they say? Bring sight to the blind. That's what I'm trying to do. Bring sight to the blind, And our emotions is one of the main ways that blind us, Our emotional biases, We get emotional about something, and then we turn our brain off. We turn our logics off, and we're just, you know, we're just led by our heart, which is good in some certain circumstances. But at some point, you have to look at things and realize the reality of things, and deal with them from a logical perspective to have logical results. Uh, Emotionally going through things is a good way to crash. And to fall. And I feel that we're falling. I feel, some of the religious texts, um, I believe, are warning of the fall of man, if you will, or telling a story of the fall of man, how it happened, and how to not, fall. Anywho, where do we begin? That is always the question. Let's go into some headlines. Let's start off with some headlines. Let's do that. I like that. Good way to warm up. Get into this thing. Of course, it'd be a huge picture of Donald Trump. Multiple pictures of Donald Trump. It's a trip how he has the ability to control the news cycle. And he's been able to do that since his first election. This guy is talented in that way. Getting like free airplay or whatever. What do they say? No publicity is bad publicity, right? I'm probably saying that wrong, but people like Donald Trump, they understand that he comes from the entertainment industry. Well, that's one of the industries that he come from, but he understands how, like, it's like the trolling thing online. People, they get clicks and views, and they end up making money off of people making fun of them, and they know that the people are making fun of them or whatever, and they feed them, they give them fresh meat of it, and people fall for it every time because it's your lower self that you're embracing. It's your hate, that you're embracing. It's all just fun and games for you, but the other person is making money, or they have an agenda, they have something they're trying to accomplish, and they're using you to do it. And your hate of them, your jealousy, your envy of them is what drives that. And they know it. So when people embrace their lower selves, it works in the favor of people who want to manipulate you or control you or whatever, use you. So they figure most people are going to embrace their lower self. So they just use that. And I think Trump is really good at that. Let's look at this top headline. This is AP. It says, Trump mocks Nikki Haley's first name. It's his latest example of attacking rivals based on race. It says Donald Trump is using his social media platform to mock Nikki Haley in a post on his Truth Social account Friday. Trump repeatedly referred to Haley, the daughter of immigrants from India, as Nimra. There it goes. Like I say, embracing the lower self, getting people to embrace their lower self and getting clicks and views. And that's the whole point of saying stuff like this, is to get to just get his stuff expanded across the web. Like it gets it gets shared, it gets viewed, it gets clicked on based on this like lower self motivating stuff right here. Really low. So, but whatever, at the end of the day, those same people clicking and sharing or whatever will probably be really surprised when Trump makes Nikki Haley his VP. Because a lot of this is a game. It's a song and dance. Like I say, these political folks on both sides of the aisle, a lot of them are cool. A lot of them are friends and they're working together. And, this is just par for the course dealing with stuff like this, But like I say, I absolutely would not be surprised if Nikki Haley ends up being his VP. I'm really thinking that's the way things are heading. A female on the ticket would be great, from their perspective to get more votes, to cover voters that Trump wouldn't get on his own. Somebody, a female, a minority, these are going to check the boxes, to try to cover the spectrum to ensure a victory for the election. So, yeah. And Nikki Haley is getting good poll numbers. And a lot of times that's how they come to their conclusions, because they have these analysts or whatever. They come in and they look at shit. They look at the numbers all day long. And they're like, okay, this particular voting block Trump has on lock. He's getting these numbers in. And Nikki Haley is getting these particular numbers, like a different group of people. So you put them together, then you have, a wider variety of folks that are going to vote for them. If the other person, if the VP is getting the same voters, like the same voting block, then they don't add anything to the ticket, because if Trump's already getting those voters, then what is the point in adding that particular person on the ticket? It's not going to improve his chances to win. So, yeah. Is there a video with this? Let's see. Nikki Haley's in the news a lot right now. And I think that the scrutiny is that's part of the reason why they're coming at her so hard. And like I say, I think that she's on board. She's in line to be the VP. And a lot of scrutiny is coming to her. And that's what happens when you become, more in the position to win, if you will. So that shows that she's in that position by how much scrutiny there has been on her, especially lately. Like she's big. Every other news story, Nikki Haley.
Attacks that Trump is waging against you are racist. I mean, look, I'll let people decide what he means by his attacks. What we know is look, he's clearly insecure. If he goes and does these temper tantrums, if he's going and spending millions of dollars on TV, he's insecure. He knows that something's wrong. I don't sit there and worry about whether it's personal or what he means by it. At the end of the day, we're focused on the fact that we got to get our economy back on track. We got to get our kids reading again. We've got to secure this border once and for all. And he says, I don't want to secure the border. I passed the toughest illegal immigration law in the country. And President Obama sued me over it. So I know what it means to secure a border. I knew what it meant to keep South Carolinians safe. He didn't do the same thing. So let's start talking about what's real.
How ironic is it that they're asking her, is Trump's words racist? And she was just in the news recently saying that America is not a racist country. So, I mean, I guess you can argue, you know, the country overall is not racist. Maybe you can say that. But, yeah, you know, I mean, it depends on how you look at it, right? I mean, maybe she's saying that, you know, the country itself, United States of America, is not necessarily racist as far as like the name United States or the official you know, image of the United States. See, it's really hard for me to even find something that works. But trying to say that, you know, there aren't people who are racist in the United States, I don't know how you can say that. And I would say there's a huge number of racist folks in the United States. I'm sorry, y'all, if y'all don't like those words. I mean, hey, reality is reality. So, but it's just ironic that, you know, she was just in the news recently saying, you know, America is not racist. And then you've got the reporters asking her, do you think Trump's comments are attacking you in a racist way? Let's play this, the beginning of this again. Freaking, are we finna have to?
I've never laid my...
Goodness gracious, we gotta freaking go through an ad. It's the adpocalypse.
Do you think that the attacks that Trump is waging against you are racist? I mean, look, I'll let people decide what he means by his attacks. What we know is, look, he's clearly insecure. If he goes and does these temper tantrums, if he's going and spending millions of dollars on TV, he's insecure. He knows that something's wrong. I don't sit there and worry about whether it's personal or what he means by it. At the end of the day, we're focused on the fact that we got to get our economy back on track. We got to get our kids.
It's smart for her to bring it back to her campaign slogans or whatever, you know, her platform or whatever, because, you know, the cameras are going, they're going to use these as sound bites, and then it's going to get shared or whatever. So she quickly pivoted into her, you know, her platform or whatever, which is really smart in this situation. You know, she's like, I'm gonna let the people decide, you know, if it's racist or not. So it's like, you know, are these attacks racist? I'm gonna let the people decide, you know. And then he's like, she does like kind of a personal attack back at him, and he's insecure, you know, he's spending money or whatever. I mean, I don't think that Trump is insecure in his position because he's a front runner by huge. There's a huge fucking swath of distance between her and him in the polling numbers. So, but she's like next down. I think she is next down. So, I mean, you don't have anybody else to attack. You know, you got the primaries going on, and, you know, she is his competitor. So it's kind of like shooting down, if you ask me. And like I say, she's very likely to be on the ticket. Let's read a little bit. It says, Donald Trump used his social media platform Friday to mock Nikki Haley's birth name, the latest example of former president keying on race and ethnicity to attack people of color, especially his political rivals. Who wrote this? Bill Barrow, January 19, 2024. The attack comes 4 days after the New Hampshire primary, in which Haley is trying to establish herself as the only viable Trump alternative in Republicans' 2024 nominating contest. Trump's post was an escalation of recent attacks in which he referenced Haley's giving first name, though he misspelled it Nimrata, and falsely asserted she is ineligible for the presidency because her parents were not U.S. citizens when she was born in 1972. The Tech Echo, so she's pretty young right there, 1972. Yeah, that's so she's way younger than like everybody else in the well, Ramaswamy's young too, but I didn't realize how young she was. The attacks echo Trump's birther rhetoric against President Barack Obama. Trump spent years pushing the conspiracy theory that the nation's first black president was born in Kenya and not a natural born U.S. citizen, as required by the Constitution. That effort was part of Trump's rise among Republicans' most culturally conservative base ahead of his 2016 election that surprised much of the U.S. political establishment. Yeah, I don't know if it really surprised much of the U.S. political establishment, but you know, this is how they move. And it's crazy to me how people can have such a short memory on stuff like this. And they were really hardcore on this. You know, Obama's a Muslim, Obama's born in Africa, and all of this stuff. And it's like, I don't understand how people can forget these things. And then when they say something else and they that's outlandish like this, and then they support them and they think that is true, and it comes out that these things are not true as time goes on, but they keep coming back with stuff like this that's clearly not true, and people support them, and then they forget. Like, it's like what I say about the retractions that the media does. Like the dirt, the damage is done. You know, the lie spreads way faster than truth, and a lot of these media establishments don't have no integrity, so they don't say it as loudly that they weren't correct about something. You know, and then you have a huge swath of the population who only heard the lie part and never heard the retraction part, and they still believe the stuff to be true. And it's crazy because, you know, if it was true that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, then there was no way that he would be able to be the president, which he served 8 years in the White House. But I'm willing to bet you can find some people who still believe that this is true. Well, how could it be? You know, wouldn't they have thoroughly investigated that and made sure that it wasn't true? You can't just have, you know, stuff that's going completely against the Constitution. Someone that's born in another freaking country being your freaking president, and then you just letting that slide. But then you say that to people, and they'll be like, whatever. You know, I don't know what they would say as a result. Like, it, you know, he's African, he's a Muslim. It says Haley has dismissed Trump's latest attacks as proof that she threatens his bid for a third consecutive nomination. I don't think that she's a real threat. It's just that she's the next one. She's his competition. But, you know, things do switch really quickly within the primary sometimes, but I really just don't see it happening. I don't see that happening. It says, I'll let the people decide what he means by his attacks, Haley told reporters in New Hampshire on Friday when asked about Trump's false assertions that her heritage disqualifies her from the Oval Office. What we know is, look, he's clearly insecure if he goes and does these temper tantrums. If he's spending millions of dollars on TV, he's insecure. He knows that something's wrong. Trump's campaign did not reply to an inquiry about his comments. Since Monday's Iowa caucus, which Trump won by 30 points, over Ron DeSantis, who placed second. So DeSantis got second. Okay, so that means Haley had to come in behind DeSantis. Haley has aimed to portray the rest of the GOP primary battle as a two-way race between Trump and herself, despite her narrow third-place finish. Haley's campaign is aiming for a stronger showing in New Hampshire, hoping for a springboard into her home state, South Carolina, which holds the South's first presidential primary next month. For his part, Trump bounced between declarations that the nominating fight is already effectively over and blasting Haley as if the two are indeed locked in a tight contest. Trump still criticizes his other remaining rival, DeSantis, but his preferred pejoratives for the Florida governor, Ron DeSanctimonious, or Ron DeSantis, have nothing to do with race or ethnicity. DeSantis is white. Freaking those nicknames that Trump gives these people are hilarious. Hilarious. This dude is like snappy when it comes to that shit. You know, I don't know. What does he sit up at night? He's like, what am I gonna call him? Ron DeSanctimonious. That sounds pretty good. Ron DeSanctus. That sounds pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna use that. What do you guys think? I ain't gonna lie, I love Trump for that shit. That shit is hilarious to me. Very, very funny. Let's see. Let's go back. So yeah, that was the top one. More on election 2024. Nikki Haley response to Trump's attack clearly is insecure. AP decision notes what to expect in New Hampshire primaries. Tim Scott endorses Donald Trump ahead of New Hampshire Republican primary. I'm surprised that Vickaswamy is not in this little part right here. Like, this dude is going to disappear so fast. Over here it says Biden and Netanyahu have finally talked about their visions, still clash for ending Israel-Hamas war. What? Biden and Netanyahu have finally talked, but their visions still clash for ending Israel-Hamas war. Looks like they're embracing each other in the photo. I mean, it don't look like a clash to me. Is there a video clip for this? Oh, we're gonna get another ad. No.
Mr. President, is a two-state solution impossible if Bibi's in power? If Bibi's in power, are you going to reconsider conditions?
Is a two-state solution impossible if Bibi's in power? Yes.
On Israel aid, given what Netanyahu said about a one-state?
I think we'll be able to work something out.
What does that mean?
I think we'll be able to work something out. You know, I think that shows that, you know, the United States does have a certain amount of power, pressures that they could put on Israel for this outcome. But that also shows that, you know, Biden is freaking complicit or whatever in this situation, because if he could do something about it, and he's clearly not.
There are a number of types of two-state solutions. There's a number of countries that are members of the UN that are still don't have their own militaries. A number of states that have limitations. And so I think there's ways in which this could work.
So he says there's a number of members of the U.S., the United Nations or whatever. What do you say? They don't have militaries. He says there is a way for a two-state solution to come out of this. You know, I think that, you know, as horrible as the situation is, the Palestine-Hamas war or whatever, I think it's going to have a positive outcome. I really do think so. You know, this may finally be what takes it, you know, a Palestinian state to actually come about. I've been thinking about that for a while, you know, and I really, you know, it's weird how things like that happens, the snapback that happens. Like before October 7th, the chances for a Palestinian state was like 0. And now I think those that opportunity has increased dramatically for there to be a result in a true Palestinian state within the same region. It won't be like they can move the Palestinians to somewhere else and give them a state. That's not how that's could work out. I mean, they've been talking about it. Like Israel has been talking about shipping a lot of Palestinians to different, like somewhere in Africa, working with other African countries or whatever. A lot of Palestinians are in Russia right now. We got a huge amount of Palestinian refugees. That's something that's not really being covered in the media. But I guess it's common sense if you think about all of the bombing and how much stuff has been destroyed. You know, the ones that can have a way to get out or can get out find a way out. They are, but that doesn't mean that these people aren't going to want to return to their homes, their homeland. Their homes have been destroyed. You can rebuild, so yeah, I think that as terrible as the Israel-Hamas war has been, this might be the greatest opportunity for a Palestinian state in decades.
But Bibi has
Since Clinton.
said he's opposed to any of two-state solutions. So what is he open to?
I'll let you know.
Did you talk about it this morning?
What do you say? I'll let you know when I get. Basically, he didn't say anything. President Joe Biden and let's see, by Amir Madani and Zeki Miller, January 19, 2024, watching AP. President Joe Biden and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu finally spoke Friday after a glaring, nearly 4-week gap in direct communications, during which fundamental differences have come into focus over a possible pathway to Palestinian statehood once fighting in Gaza ends. Biden and his top aides have all but smothered Netanyahu with robust support, even in the face of global condemnation over the mounting civilian death toll and humanitarian suffering in Gaza, as the Israelis have carried out military operations in the aftermath of October 7th attack on Israel. But the leaders' relationship has increasingly shown signs of strain, as Netanyahu has repeatedly rebuffed Biden's calls for Palestinian sovereignty, gumming up what the U.S. president believes is the key to unlocking the durable peace in the Middle East, the often cited elusive two-state solution. Yeah, Israel don't want a two-state solution. And a lot of people argue that Hamas don't want a two-state solution. It says neither side shows signs of budging. Friday's phone call, one day after Netanyahu said that he has told U.S. officials in plain terms that he will not support a Palestinian state as part of any post-war plan. Biden, for his part, in Friday's call, reaffirmed his commitment to work toward helping the Palestinians move toward statehood. As we're talking about post-conflict Gaza, you can't do that without also talking about the aspirations of Palestinian people and what they need, what that needs to look like for them, said National Security Council spokesman John Kirby. The leader spoke frequently in the first weeks of the war, but the regular cadence of calls between Biden and Netanyahu, who have had hot and cold relationships for over 3 decades, has slowed considerably. Their 30 to 40-minute call Friday was their first conversation since December 23. Yeah, well, they're in wartime over there. It's not like he really has time to just be sitting on the phone with his booty buddy. Another headline, it says Donald Trump goes from calm to indignant in newly released deposition video of civil fraud lawsuit. I'm so tired of those stories. Another one, it says Microsoft says state-backed Russian hacker accessed emails for senior leadership team members. Okay. It says 121 unmarked graves in former black cemetery found at U.S. Air Force Base in Florida. Yeah, man, they really good at freaking, like, they don't care about, I don't really like burials anyways. I don't like funerals or whatever. But, the family members of these people care. There's a certain amount of respect I feel like you should have for the dead. But it shows that, the respect you have for these people when they're alive, you don't have any respect for them when they're dead either. And it's a lot of, even here in Houston, there's black cemeteries that have been built over and stuff like that, like because as time goes on, the relatives of these people have passed on too, so there's nobody to fight for it. So then they just come through and they do what they do, and it's really sad. It says ousted Florida Republican chair cleared of I can't say that word, allegation, but police seek video voyeurism charge. I don't know who they're talking about there. Another one says Sport Illustrated staff could be laid off as the iconic magazine publisher faces many troubles. That's really surprising. All of the print media is struggling. The newspapers and the magazines have been struggling for a while now. The ones that have been able to stay afloat, have done so through like internet, like subscriptions, if you will. But Sports Illustrated, like they're top dog as far as magazines. It says how to stay healthy during cold, flu, and COVID-19 season. It says women and children are the main victims of the Israel-Hamas war, with 16,000 killed, the UN says. It says rifts emerge among top Israeli officials over how to handle the war against Hamas in Gaza. Another one says a diverse coalition owed money by Rudy Giuliani meets virtually for first bankruptcy hearing. These people, Rudy owes the money, but they're having a Zoom meeting with them. How you gonna pay us our money back, man? This one, it says watermelons, a Palestinian solidarity symbol. The Associated Press explains how the watermelon has become the international symbol of solidarity with Palestinians. I'm gonna play this because I think a lot of people don't know about this. Because it's been popping up online, the little watermelon symbols. Even freaking, what's his name? The guy from New York, the actor. Goodness, I can't think of his name. But he's pro-Israel. But he has made his icon for his Instagram account a watermelon. It's like he says he's taking back the watermelon or whatever. It kind of just shows confusion because he's anti-Palestine. He's pro-Israel. But he's like, he's not going to let them have the watermelon. It just causes confusion. People don't really know what the hell is going on. This is an ad. 22 seconds. Can we please get fewer ads? Internet gods, can we get fewer ads, please? We're not interested in what you're selling. It says watermelon's a Palestinian solidarity symbol.
This symbol has spread across the globe and calls for a ceasefire in Gaza. The watermelon. The colors of the popular fruit, green, white, red, and black, are the same as the Palestinian flag. After the 1967 Mideast War, the Israel government banned displays of the flag in Gaza and the West Bank. In 1980, for example, an art gallery showing political work and art with the same colors of the flag was shut down. Now, since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war, the fruit has appeared on banners, t-shirts, social media posts, and the watermelon has once again become a symbol of solidarity.
So it's illegal for them to show the Palestinian flag, and they can get harsh treatment as a result of it. So instead of showing the flag, they use the watermelon because it has the same colors as the flag. And it's not like they can freaking ban watermelons or images of watermelons. I don't know, maybe they can, but that would be extreme as hell. So that's the point of the watermelon. It's just the colors of the flag, and it's because they can't show the flag. It's illegal. For those that didn't know, a couple more. It says indignant Donald Trump rips civil fraud lawsuit in newly released deposition video. I'm tired of that shit. Flame seen shooting from cargo plane before emergency landing. What was that from? It says man who fell into icy Michigan lake saved after officers used man's dog to deliver rescue equipment. Aw, feel good story. I miss all of this horror. Where you guys at? Where my dogs at? Where y'all at? Are they blocking my shit? Can y'all fucking hear me? Where y'all at? My little screen says 0, and that's really weird to me. Really strange. I think they're lying to me. That's why I try not to look at the numbers anyways. Just keep it moving and do what I do. People like to watch the replay anyways. But like I said, I think they be lying to me on my screen. I don't trust them. Where do we go from here? My freaking Twitter account is full of a bunch of freaking horrible shit. So I don't know if I want to go to that. You know what? Give myself a little break from talking. Let's do a little bit of democracy now. Or Tim Black. Let's see. Disease X from the World Economic Forum. They're talking about they're looking for a new disease. They're looking for they're trying to find it. I don't know if this video is saying that because I don't even know if I'm going to share this, but I saw something where they're traveling around the world, different places, Africa, and they're looking for the next bug that can pop up on the scene so they can, get ahead of the game when it comes to that kind of deal, which sounds like a really good thing to me. But on the other hand, when you have these people doing these gain of function research, when you're trying to make a disease that wouldn't affect humans and freaking genetically modify it so that it can, what the fuck is the result? What are you trying to do for that? That is, again, you scaring me. Let's do a little democracy now. Give myself a little break.
Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Mexico and Chile have requested the International Criminal Court investigate Israel for committing war crimes against civilians in Gaza as outrage grows over Israel's 15-week assault on the besieged territory, which has killed nearly 25,000 Palestinians, over 10,000 of them children. On Thursday, the European Union Parliament passed a resolution calling for a Gaza ceasefire on the condition that all hostages be released and Hamas dismantled. This comes as Gaza enters its 8th day under a near complete communications blackout, the longest blackout to date. Israel's continuing to attack areas across the Gaza Strip. This is a Palestinian mother in Khan Yunis after learning her son had been killed in an Israeli strike.
I'm hurting like a burning blaze. I told my husband, let's pray for Abdullah. He will come back. But it was my last goodbye for him. May God have mercy on his soul. They took my heart from me. I was waiting for my son, but he didn't come back. I hadn't slept for 3 nights praying for him. They told me he's in the European hospital, and I was praying that it wouldn't be true.
In news from Israel, police have arrested 7 people after they blocked a major highway in Tel Aviv during a protest calling for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to reach an agreement that would secure the release of the remaining 132 hostages held in Gaza. Meanwhile, Netanyahu has publicly rejected calls by the Biden administration for the future establishment of a Palestinian state. He called for Israel to be in control of the region from the river to the sea, from Jordan River to the Mediterranean.
Therefore, I clarify that in any arrangement in the foreseeable future, with an accord or without an accord, the State of Israel must have security control over the entire territory west of the Jordan River. That's a necessary condition. It clashes with the principle of sovereignty. What can you do?
Many commentators noted Netanyahu was essentially calling for Israel to control the land from the river to the sea, a phrase many Palestinian supporters have been denounced for using, even when calling for the formation of a single state where everyone has equal rights. The United States has bombed Yemen for the 5th time over the past week. On Thursday, President Biden.
Yeah, so there goes Netanyahu saying from the river to the sea. So, but then on one hand, you have to sympathize with his thoughts as far as security. Like he's like, okay, after October 7th, we have to maintain security of this region for our own protection, for our own safety of our citizens. You know, looking at it from that point of view, you'd have to understand his motivations is to keep his people safe. So if he has a security control over the region, then he can ensure the safety of his citizens. On the other hand, you can look at it as there's other ways to secure your security beyond like having like a commandeering force or like a forceful way of like putting people in open-air prison, if you will. You could do some kind of working with the folks, and I would say that would be a better way. It would make sense, and be in communication with them, because when you don't know what they're doing, then that's when you're going to be, surprised like they were on October 7th. But if you feel like you're going to have surveillance, like crazy surveillance, and you think that's going to be enough to have security for your people, that's the way they were thinking before October 7th. So what's to say that things are going to be different, as a result? I think if you want different results, you have to go at it, you have to have a different approach.
Biden acknowledged the U.S. strikes, which were conducted without congressional authorization, have failed to stop Houthi forces from Yemen from attacking ships in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden.
Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
Hours after the latest U.S. airstrike, Houthi forces.
Isn't that crazy as comment to say? Is the bombing in Yemen, is it stopping the Houthi rebels from attacking the ships? No. Is the bombing going to stop? No. So it's like, okay, the bombing isn't working, but we're not going to stop doing it. So like, what is your goal? What are you trying to accomplish?
Has attacked a U.S.-owned chemical tanker in the Gulf of Aden. The Houthis have vowed to keep targeting ships until Israel stops attacking Gaza. The U.S. House and Senate passed a short-term spending bill Thursday to avert a partial government shutdown.
So the bombing doesn't work, but the Houthis are like, if Israel stops bombing Gaza, then we'll stop attacking the ships. So it's like, well, we're not going to do that. We're going to just keep bombing. Well, that's not working. So, but if you really wanted things to change, then you would put pressure on Israel for their situation in Gaza. I mean, it's real, extremely simple. Like the lamest person can understand that, but their motivations aren't that aligned with being successful. So then the result is the terror continues.
Down ahead of today's midnight deadline. The measure extends funding for some federal agencies and programs, as well as the Pentagon, through early March. At the 11th hour, the far-right Freedom Caucus unsuccessfully attempted to add border crackdown measures to the House bill. The hardline lawmakers vowed to retaliate against House Speaker Mike Johnson by thwarting upcoming legislative action. The Justice Department pointed to a series of cascading failures.
Wait. Let me see if I can understand this. That was fast. Let me play that again. Hold on, y'all. Let's go back.
Programs, as well as the Pentagon, through early March. At the 11th hour, the far-right Freedom Caucus unsuccessfully attempted to add border crackdown measures to the House bill. The hardline lawmakers vowed to retaliate against House Speaker Mike Johnson by thwarting upcoming legislative action.
So wait, the motion, what were they voting on? It says, hold on. Motion to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment. Like, what the hell does that really mean? You've got you got a huge bipartisan vote in here. that doesn't really happen that much. 207 Democrats, 106 Republicans. So then you got 107 Republicans that say nay. So the Republicans are like split down the middle on this one. I need to know more about this one.
The Justice Department pointed to a series of cascading failures in the response to the 2022 school massacre in Uvalde, Texas, which killed 19 children and 2 teachers. Hundreds of law enforcement officers stood by, 377 to be exact, as the massacre unfolded for 77 minutes. As he revealed the findings of his agency's investigation, Attorney General Merrick Garland said lives would have been saved had officials followed standard protocol. Families of the victims spoke after the release of the 600-page report. This is Kimberly Matarubio, who lost her 10-year-old daughter, Lexi.
I hope that the failures end today and that local officials do what wasn't done that day, do right by the victims and survivors of Robb Elementary, terminations, criminal prosecutions. And our state and federal government enact sensible gun laws, because Robb Elementary began the day an 18-year-old wasn't allowed to purchase an AR-15.
Along with,
there's been memes online about Uvalde really heavily lately. I think that some people definitely should be held accountable. It was a massive failure, massive failure. Like the videos show the cops just kind of hanging out, outside of the classroom. Like eventually they go into the classroom with a key they had the whole time. What were they waiting for? Meanwhile, more and more people were dying while they were out there trying to decide on what the hell to do. Like, who was in charge? Who was calling the shots? Like what the F? That kind of thing is really, really, really sad. I mean, you want to feel like your kids can go to school and be safe or whatever. And if something does happen, you want to feel like the authorities or the people that can protect them will come in and take care of business. But that is not what happened with Uvalde. And, that makes I think one of the results happen is people not wanting to let their kids go to school. And they're gutting the public education dramatically in all different kinds of ways. There's a $30-something billion surplus for the Texas school. And Abbott is holding those funds and not releasing them. It's just another part of the, dismantling of the public education system. So, and then like I say, when things like this happen, that cause parents to not have faith that their kids are going to feel safe, or going to be safe. So, and it's just another reason to take their kids out of the schools and, do something else. I don't know how much safer they're going to be in like a private school or whatever, but it seems like these kinds of shootings tend to happen in public schools. So I don't blame the parents for feeling that their kids aren't safe in the public schools and they want to homeschool them or put them in a private school, But as a society, as a public, we should want to put money into our public schools and make them safer, and make pay the teachers more, just, improve the facilities, but it's like, that's not what's happening. It's the opposite of that is happening. Some states are doing it, but what's up, Pat? How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I can't complain. It's good to hear you, bro.
Same here. I kind of jumped in just a little while ago, so I'm trying to catch up on where you're at. And I know the subject now is Uvalde, and I mean, whenever that conversation comes up, you can't help but to think of how many suckers, unless it was an controlled opposition, like it just didn't make sense for those cops not to go in and do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes, they said 77 minutes, and they could hear the screams of the kids and pleading, and they could hear gunshots. Yeah, what the F? What the F? It seems like it was definitely a failure of leadership. Whoever was in charge. It seemed like nobody was in charge.
Or there was leadership. Like that's the whole thing. I mean, that's one of the things to me. It's just like you have that many people in place, you can use it almost any form of tactical, plans that you have, practice or that they know, but they don't utilize any one of them.
And it's been very little repercussions as a result of that happening. Very little, very few held accountable for their incompetence.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, like I said, for me, I mean, of course, I'm the conspiracy theorist on here, at least the biggest one probably. My thing is like when some things when the math ain't math, and I mean, there's something else that's there. Like somebody got a call at the last minute because like for me, because they want a good reason to be able to push gun law on us. Hey, hold up. Let's let this ride out for a little bit, and then things get way out of control, and then all of a sudden, like that's my sight on it. So they might have got a call last minute. They ready to go in, and somebody says, "Hey, you look. I know y'all guys are ready. Let's just hold out for a few more minutes because, we don't want, we want to save as many lives as possible." And, of course they say that, but they don't mean that. Because like I said, some people will do anything to try to make it look bad. And especially with it being in Texas. I mean, a lot of it, I know it happens in Texas quite a bit, but still, I don't know. That's my crazy brain. But
yeah. I can't really co-sign with that wholeheartedly, but the part about people's political views getting in the way of like their humanity, I can agree with how someone cannot care about people dying as long as it, supports their political agenda, and that's fucking sad.
Well, especially when it comes from the top. I mean, we were looking at a president that has been trying to, like, I mean, we're looking at a Democratic president, the executive branch, and at the time we were still having had a majority Democratic leadership in the legislature. And so some of those people, I believe, would be willing to try to get, their things taken care of. They would try to make an example, and a horrifying one.
Mm-hmm. Let me play some more.
With other grieving family members, Kimberly Mata-Rubio founded the gun control advocacy group Lives Robbed. The school where everyone was killed was the Robb Elementary School. We'll have more on Uvalde after headlines. Amidst multiple legal woes, Donald Trump posted an all-caps message to his Truth Social platform claiming, quote, "A president of the United States must have full immunity, even for events that, quote, cross the line." The post reignited fear of an authoritarian crackdown on democracy if Trump is reelected. The ex-president ended his rant by writing, "God bless the Supreme Court." Trump appointed 3 of the 9 sitting justices on the right-wing majority court, which is likely to rule on Trump's eligibility to appear on the 2024 ballot, as well as whether he can be shielded from prosecution. Ruth Ben-Ghiat, an NYU professor and expert on authoritarianism, said, quote, "Trump is telling Americans very clearly that he will be jailing and killing Americans. Anyone who votes for him is complicit with these future crimes," unquote.
Yeah, I think this last part is pretty extreme. Trump is telling Americans he'll be jailing and killing Americans. Anyone who votes for him is complicit in future crimes. I think that's a bit extreme.
Yeah, because they're probably fearful. I'm sorry. You go. You finish.
Well, what I was gonna say is that overall, this is still very scary. Saying that the president should have full immunity. That's scary talk right there. I don't see the Supreme Court actually even with the people that Trump has put in there, I don't see them actually doing that because for the future, it'd be scary. Every president after Trump will be in a position where they completely immune to any kind of criminal prosecutions. That's scary.
But the thing is, what I really have a problem with is the fact that every president before him has had that same immunity. The only thing is just that he hadn't been prosecuted and pushed up in public and shown all of their ugliness. You know, they've all been doing things all across the world for decades that you and I both know of, and they just weren't put out on Front Street the same way that they will put him out there. So that's the part that bothers me, is that all of a sudden people scared of of Trump, when he's no different. He's probably has the least amount of blood on his hands of all the presidents that have run before him. So I don't really believe, I don't get all of that. That's all a psych game to try to put more fear like that. You know, they play the fear mongering game in this country to try to run you away from who's going to actually make change for the country. You know,
well, what's scary is the precedent of giving a president total immunity and then putting that in the law, and then they'll use that in the future. So every time if a future president does something really extremely crazy over the top, they're gonna, man, I've been missing comments. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. How long ago are these comments? Hold on.
That's probably me.
Oh yeah, I see your first one. It said peace family. It says, should I visit for a while? Another one says, he did not say that, they reinterpreted it as that.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the part that I'm talking about. Like this woman, you know, that's her actual words. Because I mean, the judiciary doesn't work like that, bro. Like, you know, regardless, just because he you know, put them in their position. I mean, and not to say that there's others that he didn't put in there, but they're trying to use him as a you know, like, they're so fearful that they're going to be the ones that's going to be getting jailed or getting killed or this, that, and the other, because they know their crimes is why that they're making such blatant and strong words against him, because they're still trying to use the court of public opinion to go against him. And that's the main thing, because they can't do anything because he didn't really commit the crimes that they can, except maybe grabbing some coochies. But other than that, like, he didn't do all this other stuff they're trying to say he did. It's just you know, like, it's all political theater and mind games that they're playing on the people. And once the proof, when the proof is out there, which is there, and the reason why he hasn't been convicted is nobody has ever said that he did anything wrong. That's the whole thing. Like with Cat Williams, did anybody say he lied? No, but you know, they're trying to keep up this whole thing. Like, shit, Fannie, like, bro, there's so many people that's done got way more dirt on him that's trying to put him in jail, and they should be in jail.
Well, so like my brain is going 1,000 a minute on this one, but the Facebook user, he said he did not say that they reinterpreted as that. I think he's talking about this part where they're saying they will be jailing and killing Americans, that part. But he did say, you know, the president should have total immunity. They just put that on the screen. That was his post. Those were his words. And like I say, that's scary. You know, I mean, it's one thing to be about like crimes against humanity, bombing people around the world, and extrajudicial killings, as far as like using the military in that way, which past presidents have been doing for a while now. But that's kind of like politics, as far as like the way that they move, as far as they're like protecting the United States empire, if you will. But if you have a president who's doing something like shady, that's totally for his own personal benefit, you know, then that's a whole nother thing.
And I'm not saying that part's not scary. That part's not scary to you.
No, I don't agree with them doing the extrajudicial killings, like freaking personally sending a drone to kill somebody that, the United States feel is a threat, and they're like in a whole nother country or whatever. They're like a leader of something or whatever. And they're like, it's not even a war proclamation or nothing like that. Shit is totally wrong and should be illegal. Well, it is in international court of law. But what I'm talking about is the precedent of a president doing things that are like completely illegal, like illegal in the United States. Illegal.
But that's the whole thing, bro. All right, because see, we're saying that he's acting totally out of his own, his with an agenda of his own, shall I say. Now, the whole thing is that's how it's being presented to the public, because he's maybe just be acting out of what the right thing to do, but because they have more control over the media that will tell you what their side of it, that he's doing things that's just totally out of, that makes no sense, and this has to be something that he just wants to do for himself. What kind of deal has he made with Russia? What kind of deal has he done here, and this, that, and blah blah blah. But anybody can go kill up thousands, millions of people across the world, run coups on people's country, and decide that that's okay, to run through right now, allowing to fund Israel to kill off a bunch of Palestinians with no ends until they feel that they're ready to stop. Like, all that's fine until somebody that comes in is like, hey, that's not right, and smack their hand and say, no, you stop that. No, we're not doing that no more. Then they got a problem with him, with them, whoever that might be, because they have already set up how they want to, how they want things to go, what their plans are, the investments that they've made across the world, and now he's ruining it for them. So they'll say anything to try to keep him from being president, because they know that all of the things that they have been working for is diminished. It is gone away like an ash, disintegrates. So that's why you're hearing such strong words, because they're scared. Everything that they've been doing, like robbing countries of resources, doing all these things so we can have iPhones and Wi-Fi and all these different things. Okay, like I do benefit from and use, but I don't agree with the way that it's done.
Yeah, I can agree with all of that. Facebook user, he says, we don't want cops to go in guns blazing. Why didn't the cops go in guns blazing? I mean, I get
that statement is awesome. I mean, because and I understand that sentiment very closely, because, like, I mean, somebody, we don't want you just going in there just shooting up anybody, but at the same time, like, why y'all ain't do nothing?
Yeah. So 77 minutes is a long ass motherfucking time. Like,
bro, enough time for everybody to be dead.
Yeah, that's a long time. Like, and it seems like there are circumstances where the cops go in willy-nilly, guns blazing, all the time,
and kill people that shouldn't have died. So I get that. We don't want that part either. But at the same time, do we allow the killer that's inside now to continue killing whoever he feels?
Yeah, it's like in that situation, the cops were scared for their own safety or whatever, and and then that's what they do to justify killings all the time. It's like the police are like, I want to make it home to my family or whatever, and I get that sentiment, but at the same time, like, you don't hear firefighters saying that. It's like, you signed up for this. This is your job. This is what you do. So it's like, when it's a situation when there's unarmed folks or whatever, then they quick, the other person has a knife or something, and they're quick to light them up. The guy has a weapon that can actually get back at their ass. Now they're 77 minutes outside of the room. This comment, it says, to be fair, I'm absolutely appalled at the lack of action in Uvalde. Like I say, firefighters put their life on the line,
no matter
time and
what.
time again.
no matter what.
And they're not like making those sentiments of I got to make it home to my family. It's like your job is to go in there and try to save people or whatever, you know. And the it seems like the police get a pass on that, you know. Like, okay, it's like this is what you signed up for.
Well, bro, I'm here to tell you, you know, other than the idea. Oh, what's up, Doc?
Hey.
Okay, I thought you were saying something, but that's the noise in your background. All right.
Oh yeah, let me.
It's all good. But look, the problem that I have is that, I mean, because you know we're not supposed to talk about race, I think I'm gonna just do it anyway. There's an element that, you know, the people who was in that area, they don't really care about. I mean, is that a possibility?
I hate to on you on that, but there could be some truth in that.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, you know, if it was a different demographic or majority demographic that was, you know, more like, you know, more protectable, then, you know, they would have gone in there guns blazing.
I think that the main factor with that is the possibility for harm for the police officers, you know, them protecting themselves. I think that's what overall part that's, you know.
But if it was, I mean, we've seen many times it's like what the cops will decide what you know, especially let's say they pull over somebody, they know that they got a gun, but they don't die in the situation, you know. But others don't have one, but they end up just dead. You know what I'm saying? They just seem to be like some groups they'll talk more with, some they'll even risk their own lives to keep from killing them, where this person is obviously way more you know,
a threat,
out of hand. Yeah, more of a threat to them than someone else, but they end up making it to the jailhouse to you know, get a bond, get a ticket, whatever ends up happening as a result of it. And then there's others who never had a chance to begin with.
Yeah. Let me play some more of this.
Go ahead.
In Haiti, a neighborhood in the capital Port-au-Prince has been under siege for at least 4 days in an ongoing attack by gang members. The sound of automatic weapons echoed through the streets of Salino while many community members remain trapped inside their homes behind flaming barricades.
I'm on the street because of armed gangs. They took my house. I was sheltering in another neighborhood, but they invaded it too. I'm in the street now. I don't know where to go.
Violence in Haiti has been escalating for months under interim Prime Minister Ariel Henry, who's backed by the United States, forcing thousands to flee. Henry became the de facto ruler following the assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse in 2021. In Iran, authorities have sentenced Nobel Peace.
It's kind of crazy how long this thing is drawn out. The assassination has been like how long? 2+ years? They still haven't had a chance
well, you remember this was early into in COVID. Like this was still like a good beginning of COVID. Like
yeah. So what? It's been like 3 years then. It's been a good amount of time.
Yeah.
And they still haven't been able to get elected, you know, officials that they want to be their president. You know what I mean? They haven't had what am I trying to say? Elections. They haven't had any elections. Like the people still haven't had representation this whole time.
Dude, we've been reporting, we've been talking about the gangs and the violence and stuff going on, stopping them from being able to really get anything together.
Yeah, we've had a few different conversations on that, but
I'm just saying, it's been a long time. It's really sad that they still haven't got to the point where they can at least have freaking political representation for themselves.
Well, I mean, I think also, I think they do have political representation. It may not be the one that, because I mean, still being reported negatively, because there's a lot of times that there's some people in place, but because of them still not being the people that is wanted by the majority there, or if there's some issue there, that's the kind of term, what we're gonna hear, like based on the news, on how well things are growing or whatever. I mean, 3 years, we're looking at a small period of time after the time, after what transpired there. You know what I'm saying? So,
That's
I
a
mean,
long time. And
without the aid, like I said, I mean, we're not. And if there was the right leadership there, they would have more aid to them before now.
yeah,
So
that's my point. That's my point. I mean,
so
I think that the
yeah,
reason why things are the way that they are is because that's the way they want them to
ex-
be. Not the people of Haiti, but others.
no, yes, exactly.
Peace Prize laureate Nargis Mohammadi to an additional 15 months in prison, accusing the human rights leader of spreading propaganda while behind bars. Her family says this is Mohammadi's 5th criminal conviction since 2021. She's been in and out of prison for the last 2 decades over her activism. In California, united staff of the Los Angeles Times are holding a one-day multi-city walkout today to protest massive planned job cuts. It's the first ever newsroom work stoppage in the history of the LA Times. Over 100 journalists, or about 20% of the newsroom, are reportedly at risk of losing their jobs. This comes less than a year after the paper cut 74 newsroom jobs. The LA Times is owned by the billionaire Patrick Soon-Shiong, a Mississippi poultry.
Yeah, so the print publication have been struggling. Like I mentioned earlier about Sports Illustrated having trouble, and LA Times is like one of the biggest papers that you got, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say if you independent them, there's a few others that rank about equal, and maybe a one or two above, but yeah.
It's definitely up there. Let me play some more.
Tree plant faces over $200,000 in fines for the death of a teenage worker who was killed last year after being pulled into a chicken deboning machine. The Department of Labor cited 17 violations against the Mar-Jac poultry plant. The death of 16-year-old Devon Perez was the second fatality recorded at the factory in just over 2 years. The teen was from Guatemala.
Really, really sad story. Chicken deboning machine. And this kid, he's underage. He's working in this, this factory, and, accident happens and he dies. And it's just like, I don't think that we are realizing how much, like, the laws, I don't know if it's this, there's a push for these people who can work, who don't really have, what's the word I'm looking for? They don't have advocacy for themselves. It's people that you can exploit, people that you can pay cheap or whatever, take advantage of or whatever. And it's happening all across the nation, where you're having younger people being able to being able to work 40 hours a week or whatever. Like they had laws in place to keep from, education is supposed to be.
If you're not a citizen, none of those laws. If you're not a citizen, none of those laws really matter, because you can't enforce them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole thing with that that missing link. The safety. Nobody has to be responsible for those people, because nobody there is holding up their end of the bargain to the law system here. So that's where it's an issue.
He was illegal. They did say he was from Guatemala, but maybe not, they didn't say that he was illegal. But yeah, so that's definitely a part of it, though. The people, the immigration, the border argument all the time. But meanwhile, the corporations want to have this workforce that they can exploit, and an illegal immigrant is perfect demographic.
But that's where, when people are having the issue, it's not because with immigration, it's because we know stuff like this happens. We know that there's the human trafficking, the sex trade, like it's really slavery if you want to even, because I mean the the whole idea between, it's always the labor force, but you can make cute words for it if you want to, but it's a way of you saying slavery in a said whatever country we want to discuss, but that's all it is. Somebody who does not have the right to press to use the laws available, is that you can interchange those words, whether it's slavery or if it's labor or someone who would be an employee. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Let me play a little more.
At least 40 people have died across 9 states over the past week amidst widespread winter storms and record wind chills. Tennessee has seen the highest death toll with 14 fatalities. More snow and freezing temperatures are expected today from the Midwest to the East Coast. And the Senate held its first ever hearing on long COVID amidst a winter surge in COVID infections. Patients and health experts appealed for more funding and research into the condition, as well as proper insurance coverage, while detailing its debilitating effects, which can include extreme fatigue, chronic pain, and what's often described as brain fog. This is long COVID researcher Dr. Ziad Al-Ali.
Long COVID affects at least 20 million Americans. It affects people across the lifespan. We have kids with long COVID. We have people who are 100 years old with long COVID. It affects people across the lifespan and across demographic groups. The burden of long COVID, the burden of disease and disability from long COVID, when you measure it, is on par with the burden of cancer and heart disease.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy.
Long COVID.
You want me to mute up, because I'm probably not going to say something that's going to be accepted by this
platform.
I don't want to get
let's move on.
Okay.
It's scary topic to cover.
Because I don't mind. I don't mind talking about it. I just don't want anything to happen to your channel, to your.
It's a shame the state that we're in. We can't freaking talk about stuff that's factually proven without being.
Well, Republicans are okay with you being able to say what you want up until you got something to say against Israel. So, but the other side don't matter. They don't want you to say. They want you to look. This is how you address people of this gender, of this. They got a whole line of rules, but. Anyhow, let's move
on. Let me play this clip, y'all. Check it out. What y'all think?
Trump was going to be the savior to stop World War III. Watch this.
When I'm back in the White House, the United States will stand with Israel all the way, 100%, without hesitation, without qualification, and without any apology. We're not going to be apologizing. We won't be apologizing. We're not going to be apologizing. We will fully support the Israelis in their mission to ensure that Hamas is decimated and these atrocities will be avenged. They will be avenged. In many ways, they'll be avenged.
Yeah.
I think even beyond what you're thinking about. The wars have to be finished oftentimes before the peace. And if you don't do the wars, the peace doesn't happen. And if you're not going to be tough and ruthless like they are, it's not going to happen. We have to stop it. We have to end it once and for all. After decades of broken promises by past leaders, I kept my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I actually got the building built, too.
Back in 2014-15, Trump was saying that maybe we should take away our support of Israel. And so what made him flip so quickly? What made him click? A lot of people are saying what made him flip so quickly was that Sheldon Adelson went and made huge donations to him in his campaign.
They called him a great man.
And they just called him a great man.
Yeah.
And so if you think that Trump was the guy to stop the World War III that's about to happen in the Middle East, because Joe Biden is doing exactly what AIPAC wants him to do, exactly what the military-industrial complex wants him to do, and he's being the warmonger of the worst order and everybody had fingers crossed that Trump would come in and demand a peace and a ceasefire and get the. He's not. But so what we all. So when people ask, like over on other YouTube shows, hey, what's Israel's end game? Israel's end game is to wipe out the Palestinians and take their land. That's why they've been funding Hamas since at least 2006. So that's why in 2019, Benjamin Netanyahu said, if you believe in Israel and you support Israel, you have to fund Hamas. Why do you have to fund Hamas?
To prevent a Palestinian state, he said. That's
right. To prevent how does that prevent a Palestinian state? Because you split the Palestinians, you have the religious right-wingers, hardliners, and you have the secular ones, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and you force them into do a prison break, which is what Hamas did. And then you say that's, they're terrorists. So now we can go in and slaughter everybody in Palestine because they're hiding under churches and hospitals and schools. So we got to bomb churches, hospitals, and schools. And we got to slaughter everybody because that's where Hamas is. And meanwhile, they don't tell you, that the Hamas that we've been funding, that we exactly wanted to have be a strong organization so we could then use them as the pretext to go in and wipe out the Palestinians. And that's what's happening. And so a lot of people were hoping that Trump would be the guy to come in and demand peace, just like he said he would do in Ukraine, that he would end the fighting in 24 hours. And that's what everybody wants to. That's what all sane, rational people want to hear. That's not what the military-industrial complex wants to hear. That's not what the oligarchy wants to hear. That's not what Wall Street wants to hear. That's not what the fossil fuel companies want to hear. But that's not what NATO wants to hear. But that is what everybody else in the world wants to hear. And so we were hoping that Trump would say the same thing about World War III that's happening in the Middle East right now. They're already bombing Syria, and they want to start bombing Iran. And they've said, okay, so if Iran or Iran's proxies attack any of our American troops that we are now sending to Israel, if their proxies attack us, we're going to look at that as a provocation from Iran, and we're going to attack Iran. Yeah. So they've been wanting to attack Iran since at least 2001. And if everybody thought that Trump was going to be the peacemaker, Trump is the rational guy. Trump ran in 2015 and 16. He ran on pulling us out of these stupid wars in the Middle East and investing that money back home. And that's why a lot of people voted for him. A lot of people who were Bernie Sanders supporters, their second choice was Donald Trump. And if you were hoping that, well, now it's over. Now you know that's not real. Yeah. And now some people are saying that, no, Donald Trump is just saying that because he's in front of a bunch of Jewish people and they're his donors. Wow. Yeah, well, that's why he moved the embassy, because Sheldon Adelson, even though every president has actually promised that since at least Bill Clinton has promised to move the embassy, they would just not move it and they would give 6 months extensions. They kept doing that. We're going to hold off for 6 more months. Even Barack Obama said he was going to do that. But Trump actually did do it because Sheldon Adelson gave him that money. And so Trump is just revealing that he doesn't have a real ideology. He's not a real peace candidate. He doesn't have a real ideology. Remember, he knocked off Soleimani, the general of Iran, who was actually helping us fight ISIS and fight Al-Qaeda.
But we need them to fight against Assad.
But we were in bed with ISIS and Al-Qaeda, the people who attacked us on 9/11. We were funding them. The CIA was funding them in Syria. Why? Because they wanted to put a pipeline through Syria.
John McCain took his picture with him.
That's right.
With ISIS.
And now we're in bed with literal Nazis in Ukraine. Why? Because we want to stop the pipeline from Russia to Germany. That's why. And we want to bleed Russia and Germany at the same time. We don't want to have to fight against this economic power. We want economic hegemony and imperialism, and that's what the West wants, and that's what they're getting. And so if you thought that Donald Trump was going to be the savior, he was going to be the sane one, just like he said he was in 2016, and he told Jeb Bush that your brother got us into a stupid war, well, here he is. He can't wait to start another stupid war. Mm-hmm. But I thought that he was going to go against the deep state. I thought that Donald Trump's whole thing was, I'm not a warmonger. I'm pushing back against the deep state, even though he did ramp up the drone war even higher than Barack Obama. But he didn't start any new wars. Now it looks like he's itching
Well,
He
this is
can't wait
Israel.
to go start a new war.
Yeah.
And again, there are no these people who run the country, the billionaire class that also own Donald Trump, care nothing about the United States. They don't care any. There are no countries. Just like that in that movie Network, there are no countries. There are only companies and the international flow of dollars. And that's what this is all about. And you tell me why it took 6 hours for the IDF to respond to a bunch of guys in flip-flops and hang gliders. You tell me. You tell me why they ignored the strong warnings from Egypt and the United States. Why do you think they did that? Why do you think they funded Hamas since 2006? What do you think, as Breaking Points is baffled by, what is the end game of Israel? The end game of Israel is to wipe out the Palestinians and take that land.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there some like they found $1 trillion worth of natural resources, oil and gas off the coast of right
off the Gaza Strip, right
off the Gaza Strip. There it is.
They did.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Better get that invasion going.
You got to get that invasion going.
We're taking the oil. We're taking
we took the oil.
So there it is. So I think there's more to this. Hang on.
Dang, that's a really long clip. I apologize for that clip. I didn't realize that it was that long. It's still going. Yeah, it was a lot said
It's
there.
Jimmy Dore. That's Jimmy Dore. So what do you expect? No,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't hear any lies there at all. I mean, you know, I'm more of a Trump supporter based on his domestic views. International, I think that I don't think you can, you know, become a president if you don't follow that ideology. We can't forget that who his son-in-law is. I mean, Kushner. I mean, you know, he's one of them people. So, you know what I'm saying? And not to say they just mentioned one of the donors who is you know, funding his campaign or funding him probably. I just should say, yeah, there's no way that he you know, there's no way that you get to hold that office if you don't have a few core or those values. And like I said, I mean, there's at least 2 different United States. You know, there's just a U.S. that, you know, is actually the, you know, DC, London City, Vatican City, Israel, and potentially Ukraine. And then there's the organic United States of America that exists. So, I mean, you know, they're actually being hired for the U.S., the U.S. not of America, really. So,
One of the parts of
when
this,
you understand that part of it.
one of the parts of this that stand out to me is one to go in with Iran. They've been one to fight with Iran for the longest and looking for excuses to do so. And recently, Israel is like, yeah, we're gonna go live war with Iran, and it's beginning, it's starting, and that will immediately pull the United States into conflict with Iran, direct conflict with Iran.
But that's gonna pull Korea, because honestly, I mean, I think that one side of our government is willing to make our country weak enough so that another country can be at the top of the food chain, and the other one is, you know, as far as on a domestic outlook, is different. I don't agree, you know, said like honestly, like I wish we had somebody else that was, you know, stronger in that seat. I mean, the only person that I can really say that, you know, that goes that not necessarily goes against Israel, but that is more practical with their vision of how they view the whole Israel Palestine is West. I mean, Cornel West is the only one that speaks some sense, but nobody's giving him money. Nobody's pushing the agenda for him, and I really felt like that was just one of the things to help deter other people from the Democrat, or giving somebody another option for the Democratic Party, but listening to them as an independent.
Yeah, and so we don't really
I
have
really,
any. We don't have any alternatives. We don't have anything to. We don't have anyone to vote for really. And it's like the thing with Trump. What I like about Trump the most was the America First stuff that he was saying. You know, I really like
yeah.
that stuff. But right here with the clip, him talking about we're gonna back Israel no matter what, like that kind of flies in the face of
We're not
America
gonna
First.
apologize. We're not gonna apologize. We're gonna decimate. I mean, he's saying some really strong words, and it sounds like he believes it too. So I'm gonna tell you, man. I mean, us as a people, we gotta. I mean, if we're gonna be world leaders, we gotta do better at picking some or making some available for our country.
Well, they any viable alternatives get squashed. Let me read the caption. It says, "The truth Americans cannot deny or justify any longer. If you still hope Trump will save this country, you better get ready to go and fight that Civil War 2.0 that they have already planned for you. The same human garbage who supported Ukrainian Nazis in 2022 are supporting Jewish Nazis now. In 1945, the Nazis were stopped but not defeated. Their death cult, supremacy, exceptionalism ideology still exists and growing. Their goals remain the same: totalitarian control, exploitation, and depopulation."
Yeah, no, I mean that's. I mean, I honestly, I've probably said it here on the show a few times already, but I think ultimately the reason why things are able to get to this point is because, I mean, this is the showdown. This is the time. Like, I mean, we're getting closer and closer to 2030, which those countries that's you know I guess they're trying to comply with their part of the deal. And I think that they have set it up for Xi Jinping to be the head of the one world government.
Mm. Let me see. It's a little bit left in this clip, I think. Let me see.
The best friend that Israel has ever had. Everybody says, "Are you sure the best friend?"
So I thought Donald Trump would be the guy who would be making fun of this. That Donald Trump would be saying, "Hey, we're not the United States of Israel." I thought that's what he would say.
It's MAGA.
Instead, he's actually saying the exact opposite. We are the United States of Israel. We care more about Israel than we care about people in our own goddamn country.
Because he sees himself as one of them.
Yeah, so this is scary stuff. I don't know how anybody can't be, don't feel it as being
Well, I
scary
mean,
stuff.
if you really look at the history of some of these families, I mean, you can't really be surprised. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't really be totally surprised that they would have the views that they do have, and the willingness to actually go to put some effort behind those words, actually use your money to do it. So I don't know. This is a sad place to be, but at the same time, I think we got to still be willing to push against it.
Yeah, it's like, what do we do though? As far as voting, we don't really have no alternatives. We got stir fry shit or bake shit to choose from, and what are we to do? We're gonna get drawn into a global conflict that we don't want.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, there's this thing that people have been talking about for a long time, and it starts with a U and ends with a Y. Unity is going to be the biggest thing that we can do as Americans. But I mean, some people are very proud of their separations of humanity. I think, I mean, that's a lot to ask at this juncture. Like, things have been set up in order for us to, behave the way we're behaving, and I mean, I don't think any of us can really be proud, especially if we. And I made a post this week on this very thing I'm saying is, like, good people can't be proud that they still allowing the evil people to run the show.
Right.
So
York Place.
That's somber stuff. Let's move on a little bit.
Gates joins me now. Congressman, I don't know if you had a chance to hear what President Trump said, but he basically called the entire court thing another sham, which I happen to think it is. And now he's off to New Hampshire to campaign more. The guy's a machine.
There is a relentlessness and a persistence in the Trump campaign that I think really emerges out of the candidate himself. In Iowa, this victory was so huge. And really, it was a testament to the resiliency of the Trump voter, because you had the worst conditions possible, historically challenging weather and ice. And these folks came out and voted overwhelmingly for the president. I met with a lot of those folks. This is the blue collar realignment of the Republican Party. And what I could tell you is, like, for every Karen we lose, there's a Julio and a Jamal ready to sign up for the MAGA movement. And bodes well for our ability to be more diverse and to be more durable as we head into not only the rest of the primary contests, but also the general election.
President Trump.
That was racist.
He said he got Julio and Jamal's for every Karen.
You know,
we not worried.
Like, but he said that with some strong, some oomph. Like, he meant that shit.
We're not worried about you Karens. We got Julio and Jamal for y'all. That's pretty funny. And there's some truth to it too. You know,
it ain't no some truth. Say, bro, look, I'm gonna tell you, a lot of them that come from you know, what some people call communist countries. The reason why they had a problem with the countries they were in was because they were, like, you're protected.
You're breaking up some. Yeah, you're breaking up. I can't hear you. Yeah, so there is some truth to all of that, because the you know, you got Democrats who are jumping sides.
Area. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you got independents jumping ship, people switching sides, all kind of crazy stuff going on. And I got a post about that. Let me check this out right here. It says, Donald Trump says Democrats are infiltrating the Republican primary and voting for Nikki Haley in an attempt to take him out. Democrats just love rigging elections. I don't know if that's called rigging elections when you got people voting when they're switching parties or whatever. I mean, like, that's par for the course. That's just, you know, things that people can do, they, you know, with their vote. And it's been done forever. It says Trump's not wrong. According to CBS News, the situation was so bad in Iowa that in one precinct they ran out of the forms to switch party registration. The most interesting development, they had 50 forms for people who wanted to register tonight or switch their party registration, said a reporter. They ran out of those forms. Members of the caucus team here had to run out to multiple people's homes to get printer paper and get their printers fired up. Let's play this clip.
The people behind Nikki Haley are pro-amnesty, they're pro-China, they're pro-open borders. You know, she wants open borders, don't kid yourself. Pro-war, and they're pro-Biden, because those are the people that are sending them. Biden people are coming in. They have Biden stuff, and they're coming in to register and to vote in your primary. It is crazy. You got to get that changed. We're going to take it. If we weren't popular, how do you win? Where everybody's allowed basically to come and vote. The enemy, which let's say in this case, until it's over, because you know the whole country is going to unify by its success. When we're successful, the country is going to be unified. We are going to unify our country through success. But right now, we don't want Democrats voting in the Republican primary, Sununu. Sununu ought to do that instead of walking around with Nikki Haley, and her polls go down every day. The radical left Democrats are supporting Nikki Haley because they know she's much easier to beat than Trump. And you know what? If she weren't, they wouldn't be doing it. But, you know, they're great disinformation people. Misinformation, disinformation. You know, they're almost the same, but not quite. But let's not go into definitions right now. They're very close, actually. A lot of people still don't understand it, but I give them credit for both. But they are literally, what they're doing is they will say, we want to run against Trump so bad. In the meantime, they're sending all their people to vote for Nikki Haley. The reason they do that is they want to run against Nikki Haley. Usually when they say something, it's the opposite. The people be.
I agree with him on the opposite stuff.
You don't say. Oh, okay.
And it happens all the time where they support their opponents, but it's the ones that they think they can beat or whatever. But they did the same thing for Trump when he ran the first time. That's part of the reason why he had such a push at the beginning, is because they felt like he didn't really have a shot. So they were giving him airtime and they were supporting him in different kinds of ways and putting him up there, thinking that, that would help them win if he was the one who actually got the nomination.
Well, the media was making so much money off of his presence that they had a constant story. It was, they didn't have to make up nothing. Like, it was always something going on, with the Trump campaign, his rallies, and all these different things. So they let him go way further than what they expected him to, because, like I said, it was a money grab. Just like, YouTubers and all this, that, and the other, like, they feed off of it. It's like this whole Cat Williams thing. It's kind of in the same vein, except that Donald Trump is international. Like, he's, said this goes from, from our East Coast all the way around the globe back to our West Coast in minutes. You know what I'm saying? So
and people still benefit from Trump just talking. People get clicks and views. I think it was the perfect whirlwind, because it was the media on one hand, and then you had the political establishment who were pushing Trump because they felt like he wasn't a viable choice. And
I'm gonna tell you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say they figured the American people were not gonna choose him. He wasn't a good choice. So then they put him behind him. So, but now you got Trump here complaining about them doing the same thing against him. Like, it's a lot going on here. And then with them attacking Nikki Haley, and like we were saying in the text message, I think that Nikki Haley's a very good possibility for VP for him. And even though on the stage right here, he's all attacking Nikki Haley or whatever, saying that she's for open borders and whatever, and then we're gonna look up and then she's gonna be his VP.
Well, that's the whole thing about that, because that was the same kind of thing they was doing with Vivek, is that he was the guy that he was the one to push, because honestly, he might be too strong of a person to be the VP of Trump, which I think that would actually be the best person. And if Nikki Haley does become his running mate, you might as well just really hang it up, because she was placed there by the RNC, the establishment. They're gonna be, because the same with Pence wasn't Trump's first choice. He had to, in order for them to give him the allow him to front run, was to take their guy, and that was Pence at the time. And that's kind of what we might be looking at this time, is because Nikki Haley is definitely their stooge, like somebody who's gonna go in there and run plays and do things that they want. Because, like, Trump is not truly a globalist. If he was a globalist, it would be no problem. He would be a total shoo-in. But because he does have some domestic, leans more on the domestic protection than everybody around the world type of thing, or trying to he doesn't care about running the whole world now. We do have proof that he cares about Israel, but I think he has a stronger stance on domestic than he does internationally. That's why he's somewhat of a problem to him. Because our resources, instead of being spread around the world to different people, they would mostly go back to us here in America. And
I think Vivek Ramaswamy is running for VP, and like, he dropped out and immediately endorsed Trump, and steadily,
he's the better candidate of anybody that's there. On the Democrat, on the Republican side. It's really like, it's anybody
people
that has
don't feel that way,
political
because his polling is terrible. And that's the reason why he dropped out.
No, his all right, because he like a lot of people, I don't think his polling, some of his those polls I don't think were accurate, but because especially I mean
Well, the
maybe in
votes came
Iowa
out,
it was
and
okay.
yeah, the Iowa votes came out, and he was like 1% of the vote or some shit. Like I think 2%, some shit like that. Like,
Well, I
that's
mean he's had a strong support for Trump, and maybe because I'm gonna tell you, I mean if that is the case, it was genius in order for him to run this way for people to get a chance to know him, so he's not just somebody out of the blue that nobody knows. Like the world has had like a whole year to get to know him, of what he believes in and all this that and the other. So I mean, it would definitely be a genius way to promote himself to the public so that he can be VP. And I mean, shit, if that's the case, if Trump does win, that means and he is the VP, he would have the opportunity to be there for 3 terms.
well, it cost him millions of dollars for his PR campaign. Damn it, I lost what I was gonna say. But it's all about the balance on the ticket. Like with Pence, he brought in that evangelical block that was missing.
Trump
for
wasn't
Trump's.
missing Trump wasn't missing an angelical. He hadn't been missing that at all. Is anybody coming on your left? Don't slow down with him. You need to get on around him. All right,
Let
put your
me
flash. I'm sorry.
let me play some of this. Check this out.
Now, Haley frankly underperformed last night. They told us she was surging in Iowa. She was not surging. Nobody really likes her. She came in third by a thin margin, and that denies the media the chance to declare her the one true alternative to Donald Trump. But don't expect them to give up on Nikki Haley. A Nikki Haley presidency is a lot like a war with Iran. It's a terrible idea. No normal person wants it. But because a small, well-funded group of extremely enthusiastic activists are determined to have it anyway, we are perpetually on the verge of getting it. The next skirmish in this ongoing battle is going to take place a week from today in New Hampshire. And hard as it is to believe, Nikki Haley could do pretty well there. She could even win the New Hampshire primary, potentially. How's that possible, you ask? Well, it's taken a lot of coordinated effort and, above all, an awful lot of money. Judging from available disclosures, Nikki Haley's team is burning through about $3 million a week in New Hampshire. By contrast, Ron DeSantis seems to be spending zero there. Now, much of Haley's money comes not from Republicans or conservatives, but from committed Democratic partisans. Anti-civilization activist Reid Hoffman, for example, is a major Haley supporter. Reid Hoffman is the founder of LinkedIn. He's a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's. He was a visitor to Pedo Island, in fact. He's also the guy who funded E. Jean Carroll's sexual assault case against Donald Trump. Reid Hoffman is a Democratic mega donor. In 2020, he gave $1 million to David Brock's American Bridge PAC. That's a group designed to physically harass Republican candidates. Hoffman's money has also helped to prop up the authoritarian governor of California, Gavin Newsom, as well as many others on approximately the same team. So you know exactly who he is. What's interesting is this cycle, Reid Hoffman is all in on Nikki Haley. His cash is paid for one of the most shameless propaganda operations in memory. So the very same people who told you 4 years ago that Joe Biden was a jovial, moderate grandfather is trying to return America to normal. Those same people are now trying to sell Nikki Haley as a conservative woman of principle.
I think this points to the huge problem with the amount of money in politics. When you have this huge amount of money that you can put into these ads, and these ads play over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and people's minds are, affected by it, and it's really not really fair. I mean, like so many people out here get swayed after they see these freaking these damn ads over and over and over again. It's we're never gonna have any kind of good political discourse or good political campaigns if you have an individual who can have their choice of who they want to support, have so much impact on the outcomes of the elections.
Well, I mean,
It's just way too much money.
well, my problem is with all of that because, I mean, a lot of it could be stopped in its tracks because if the people had, if they really understood what was actually happening, that we could actually fight against it even before it gets to like, because you know who the president is a lot of times doesn't matter. The people who are down there that are interacting with the lobbyists and making these deals, because yes, the president will make a deal. Shoot, but that's one person. I mean, we got damn near 300 people that's making deals here and there and all that can make the moves day to day on how things are playing out. So the people that we sending to DC is what really matters. I mean, more so than anything. But that's the part that I think that we would have to overcome before we can really say that or and I say that we need to have our own people there. You know what I'm saying? Or like I said, I mean, because I'm saying that as a whole as far as Americans, but I push in our indigenous governments so that we can have we can gather more power from that front. But I just I don't really see any improvement happening anytime soon because even though there's more people that's paying attention to the politics, I don't think they quite fully understand the whole everything that's going on there.
Well, we need to pass laws to put a cap on the amount of money that people can put towards these campaigns.
That's a part of that. What needs to happen, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, in order to have those types of bills introduced, you got to have people who really believe in that to do it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you got it's like a never-ending dog chasing its tail because that legislation probably won't get drawn up, and if it does, it'll get squashed by the same, powers that be related to the money in the politics, related to the freaking, the lobbyists and the people who have the money to influence that shit. They want to be able to have their power in politics so that they can make more money in their business, and I get it. It's fair to want to preserve your business and make your business have the best opportunities over others or whatever. You want to be successful. So you want to make laws so which you can put money in places that's going to make your business be more profitable. But then it fights against democracy though, because one vote, one person, one vote is pushed against when you have a person that has billions of dollars and their vote has more power because it's not their vote, it's their influence in over the legislature.
Well, it goes against the republic. Now, it goes against the portion of democracy, but those portions of democracy exist because of the republic. Because otherwise, this thing would have fallen apart a long time ago. But when we're really talking about this whole ordeal, like, all right, regardless of how much money is being put into this. Who's willing to donate billions of dollars or millions of dollars to as many organizations as they can to get what they want for their business. That's just like that goes totally against the people. I mean, we still talking about like the food that we're getting with it, like the ability to do that, like could be shut down on at the state level, but you got people who receive funds already that's going to fight against their constituents that voted them in to be able to have good healthy food for themselves and their families. So I mean that's a serious problem. Like Arizona is the only country that I know that has fought against this whole you know, what you call plant meat, the stuff that's made, the meat that's made in a plant that's grown, you know, fully no life, like, so it could be done. There's proof of it, but you know, why nobody else wants their people to have just regular food like anybody else, or you know, they want beef, like to actually get it from a cow instead of from some machine that created it. So
Yeah.
I mean, we have many fights to fight on that, but like I said, I mean, if we don't have the right people in there that actually care about the people over the few dollars that they can get, then you know, we in big trouble.
Let's do Nikki Haley some more.
Are you involved in a racist party?
No. We're not a racist country, Brian. We've never been a racist country. Our goal is to make sure that today is better than yesterday. Are we perfect? No. But our goal is to always make sure we try and be more perfect every day that we can. I know I faced racism when I was growing up, but I can tell you today is a lot better than it was then. Our goal is to lift up everybody, not go and divide people on race or gender or party or anything else. We've had enough of that in America. That's why I'm so passionate about doing this. I don't want my kids growing up where they're sitting there thinking that they're disadvantaged because of a color or a gender. I want them to know that if they work hard, they can do and be anything they want to be in America.
Are you a racist party?
Yeah.
Is that the question?
Yeah.
Are you involved in a racist party?
No.
I don't think we are. I don't think the Republican Party is. I think the opposite of the other, though. But it gets hidden with lies.
Yeah. So, but then if that's true, then what result do you have as a result of that question? You know, we've never been a racist country, or they ask her, you know, is it a way, you know, the United States racist?
Well, because the honesty of the real truth of the country. Like, I mean, you know, all of the slavery talk that they're talking about, like it wasn't like how they presented it, and it's that stuff is just not true. Most of it is not true. So,
but if you say
you know,
the Republican
to live
Party,
under a narrative, and that's one of the other problems with like our history has been made up by people who just said whatever was more beneficial to them at the time. Because I mean, overall, the same thing that they've been trying to do with or that they're doing right now with Israel and the Palestinians is what they were doing before here in America. I mean, this is not a new process. This is something that they continue over and over and over again, because they're able to manipulate the minds of the people and make them see the world for something totally different than what it really is. And they can have their la-la land and move and do all these different things until, you know, something gets put into the media for them to be concerned about. So, I mean, or, you know, that they want them to worry about, so that they can use their energy for whatever rituals they're going to do. So, I mean,
I agree with your manipulate. I agree with the manipulation part, but you just said
it's too much, bro. It's too much to even really like to try to, you know, convince somebody. Like you got to send them through school. You know, you got to really show them the proof that a lot of the things didn't happen the way that they believe it, in order for them to be able to gear their minds up to say that, oh, we got to do something different. But otherwise, it's just not gonna.
I agree with them. I agree with you on the lies about
history. We're gonna have to continue, like we're gonna have to continue living in lies and allowing people to do things that really, you know, doesn't match, because they want you to waste your energy, because that's how they build themselves up, is to usurp your energy.
I agree with you on the. I agree with you on the lies.
Whatever that word is, they use that to. They swap the energy. They use your energy for their growth, and the people still end up with what they always got.
But you just said that you feel like the Republicans are not racist, and you feel like the Democrats are racist. Can you hear me? I don't know why you can't hear me. Come back in or click out and come back in. I don't know why you can't hear me. Well, if you can't hear me, then I don't know what's the point in me making this comment. But what I was saying was, go ahead.
I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc. What his comment was that the Republicans are not racist and the Democrats are. Then at least, if that's true, then at least 50% of the country is.
I don't really think the party per se is racist. I don't think either party is against black people or against people of color. However, I do think that both parties, especially the left-leaning party, has a tendency to use race to evaluate situations, to make it worse. To make you feel manipulated into voting for them. And what I won't call that racist, it's definitely a use of racism in a way, being that they believe, hey, well, I mean, shit, man, what did he say? If you don't vote for me, then you're not black. What the fuck does that mean coming from an old white guy?
Yeah, I mean, they're very tactful with the way that they use this the whole thing with race, because they give you the idea that they're trying to do things to make things better, but when you actually look at a lot of the actual bills that they're attaching to this race thing that's supposed to make things better, I mean, for who? Like, that's the question you have to ask yourself. Who is it make it better for? And it's usually not the majority. It's not the people. So a lot of times the conversation,
I would say that reflects back and says that, if we feel like I can manipulate the situation using race, knowing that people are going to feel a certain way about it and vote this way or another, then that reflects back on the American people, saying that you have a number of people that are racist and can be motivated with racial tactics.
Listen. All right, now just think about this. The whole George Floyd thing, they use this because that's one of the most common ones that they use, that this guy was black, and the reason why his knee, the police's knee was on his neck for 8 minutes and however many seconds, and they use the whole thing around race, because some people, think that, okay, because you're stating that you're trying to do things for the good of the race and to fix things in particular races, then you're the good guy. But when your bills say something totally in the opposite, that means that you utilize an event that was emotional for people and to get people behind it, for you to still pull the wool over their head and create a bill that's still that fixes nothing
with the problem. I agree with you on that part. Like the way that they used race in the
that's racist. That's
situation.
Racist to me.
Yeah. So, but the issue should have been that it's not okay for the police officer to put pressure on the guy and basically extinguish his life, regardless of what his color of his skin was. But you had people who would defend the action as a result because of how they feel about race.
Well, also
that's a rare minority, I believe. But go ahead.
Remember, they had the kid in Austin about a month and a half before Floyd. No one cared. He was a white boy. No one cared that they fucking kneeled on him till he died.
Yeah.
Because that's not what they would. That's not the story that they wanted to use to promote this nationwide.
Right. The narrative. It doesn't follow the narrative.
And here's another party thing I'm looking at too. I can definitively point toward the last administration and say, look at what he did here to specifically help black people. What he did here, what he did here. I can't do that with this administration.
No,
I can't really think of anything that they've done to help black people in this administration specifically, like I can with the last one.
Well, they specifically tried to not do that because they their policies are always like, you know, we're doing this to help everybody or whatever. And it's like Kamala Harris famously said, you know, I can't do policies that specifically help Black people. You know, she specifically said that, you know,
Yeah.
because they asked her that question. So that's how the Democrats roll. They try to obfuscate or whatever, cover what they're doing and make it, you know, look like one thing when it's something else or whatever. Like that's just kind of how they roll.
Yet she
Well,
actually said that she was going to do that when she was running.
yeah, and that was one of the reasons why people were were not willing to vote for her, is because that was, you know, her plainly, you know, because to some extent that is her upholding the Constitution, because really, and a lot of them, most of them, if not all of them, know the truth about, you know, our history and where we are. Because if you can combine law and history, in most cases the laws change because of some great thing that happened in history, so they coincide. So a lot of times they understand a lot of these things way bigger than the average person. So you can't really I mean, her saying that really is the right thing to say when we're
But
talking about America, you know, because if
and
we're
I would
all
agree with that.
if we're all Americans, it doesn't matter what skin tone you are, because that based on law, I mean, truly, Black doesn't exist. That's you know that you're fighting for somebody that doesn't exist. So when we're talking about Americans, they do, and that's regardless of what shade you are.
Yeah,
So
but historically, you have had policies like to this day, we still have things that we don't have that we should have, stuff that would help everyone. But whenever they come up with policies that could help everyone, they try to finagle and make little adjustments to it so that certain groups can't benefit from it. You know, that is true historically. You know, and I think that's the reason why we don't have a lot of policies that we would have or that we should have that would help all Americans, because certain groups don't want certain groups to get those particular benefits.
well, let me ask you, because I mean, you know, all right, if now if there was some law that was made for Black to mean something, be given a different definition, then, and there's people that can actually be represented by that law. If we're saying like civil rights, and, you know, like I said, if Black people don't really exist in law, then like that law that they just created needs to be able to benefit some people in the government. So a lot of times they use that because that's the most emotion that they can get out of the people. But the people who carry themselves and call themselves, you know, use that Black status as their crutch or their badge of honor, they are really not protected. And it's not because people have tried to keep them from that protection. It's because you insist on using a status that doesn't benefit you.
Right. I agree to that. And it's like the thing is though, civil rights is human rights. Women's rights is human rights. You know what I'm saying? If people were respected equally across the board, regardless of their gender or skin tone or religious background, ethnicity, sexual preference, or whatever, then we wouldn't even be having these conversations, because it's a human that's alive and they equally protected under the law. If that was actually the truth, then we wouldn't have to even have these conversations.
True.
But in reality, that's just not the way it works out.
But the burden of proof, the burden, like for each individual has the right, really, it's their responsibility to make sure that they have the proper standing in law. So you got to go down there. That's where they leave it to where, okay, that's just like having all of these bad chemicals in food. It's like they can always say, well, it's there for you to be able to read and see if that's something that you want to eat. But if you're just gonna eat it and you don't care, then you know, what can I do? You're an adult. You, like, at least that's what you claim to be.
Yeah,
You
but that's
know,
not okay. It's like all the
no,
ads and the commercials where they
it's
just straight
not.
up lie to people,
Well,
and they shouldn't be able to do that. That's not
I
cool.
agree. I agree because they're using, people like, like they keep people way too busy for them to be able to do their own homework on what, all these definitions, these understanding, and we, have trusted a bunch of all of these people to, to actually do the right thing for our benefit. But, they created this thing back in the 1800s, this thing called race, to be able to separate people. And if you don't understand the law enough to be able to say, well, that doesn't, I like the way it sounds, but this doesn't really match with who I really am in this country, and rebuke it and find something that actually is more useful for them, then things would work out a whole lot better, because that would mean you have some competence in this whole ordeal. You understand to some extent that, hey, this thing that I've been doing just isn't right, or it's just not a correct thing for me to do, and do something different. But that's one of the things that they use mostly. They're able to use up, people's energy, black and white along. I mean, together to the pumps.
Let me play this
I was,
clip.
Black people from schools, jobs, military, and all public spaces, who banned Latino and Asian immigrations, who locked Japanese Americans into concentration camps, who broke hundreds of treaties with Native Americans as a committed Native genocide, who refused to have so much as a conversation about reparations, but were happy to strip down affirmative action while keeping legacy admissions, and are now trying to ban all books teaching about that history. Notice how those same folks are the ones calling DEI as racist? You notice how the people who banned Black people from schools, jobs, military, and all public space.
So it says, pay close attention to the folks labeling DEI as racist. They're telling on themselves. It says, this is yet again why representation matters in the halls of Congress and powers. And this is it says, join my campaign, U.S. Congress, sign up, da, 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 da. So anyways, comments on this. Basically,
yeah, I'm kind of in the middle of something. I'm gonna come back with you in just a minute, and I missed really kind of what was going on. So,
all right, cool. Yeah, so basically, he's saying that the people who are labeling DEI as racist are the ones that are racist themselves, given that those people are the ones who pushed against like affirmative action or whatever, but they support legacy students. It's like that is like another form of affirmative action, if you ask me. I mean, I don't know how you can see it any other kind of way, that a certain group has an advantage to get into school over other groups, based on their parents or whatever, whose womb they came out of, but they are against it when it comes to, another way of looking at that same thing.
well, I'm gonna tell you, from my point of view on that, because I mean, you made good points. I don't think that. I mean, I think that this actually takes away from schools like Harvard. We've built it up, and they've a lot. I say we built it up, but it's they've given us an ideology that this is such a great school because of whatever reason, but there's no proof that it's any better than any other school. Just the fact that somebody spent $100,000 a semester. I mean, does that really mean that the professors there is teaching something different? Or I mean, it doesn't. That's really my problem with the whole ordeal. And if this is something that, okay, you're a part of this club because you have the money to spend to go there, okay, that's fine. People like that, go right ahead. But when the my tea, yeah, when people actually realize that all of this stuff is a fake, is like just BS, then that'll be a part of what allow us to to grow as a people, because we're not being tricked by all of this stuff that's supposed to be, oh, this fancy, oh, Ivy League. And I guess the other point that I would like to express is that when you say that, the whole, because the Republican Party doesn't really promote all of this separation, it's, to me, it's like, for somebody to get into a school because of this was one of those things that they was using to promote it.
I don't hear you. You dropped out.
His mute symbol's on. He either did it himself. I think he might have done it himself by accident.
Yeah, so you're muted, bro. Freaking dang it, I lost my train of thought. The schools that have the money to pay for like the best talent, there is a difference there. There's a difference there when you get the person who is like the world-renowned professional on a particular subject, and you have that person as your instructor. You definitely have an advantage over somebody who is going to a community college and it's Joe Schmo is the instructor. So there are advantages to these particular schools. I know that there's more weight on it than it should be because of people like, okay, it's an Ivy League school, whatever, so it's supposed to be whatever. I mean, there's a certain amount of air that's not really true there, but there are truths like with the public schools. If you're paying the teacher freaking minimum wage, I'm using an exaggeration, I'm just making this as an example, but if you're paying the teacher minimum wage and anybody can get in there and do that job, then what is the quality of education that those kids are getting? If you're paying the teacher really well, they don't have to work 3 jobs and be distracted or whatever, or they're just there for the paycheck, then what kind of quality of education are those people getting? So there is a difference.
And I'll tell you the truth, those high-end professors that you're talking about there, when they bring the expert that's worked in there into a classroom to teach, half of them have no idea how to teach or train. They've been in their position, executive high-end, so long, they never had to mess with the rabble for years. And now they're trying to teach people that are below the rabble. And they just, I'll tell you, man, the most difficult courses to follow and keep up with that I've ever had were taught by so-called experts in the field. And most of it had to do with they knew how to talk to other experts in the field, but they didn't know how to explain it to a bunch of new people to the field that are just going, okay, what's going on?
Yeah, what are you talking about? I have a bit of experience with that. I can say that there's some truth to that.
Buffalo shooter. We covered him a while back. They're going for the death penalty on him.
Yeah, I heard about that.
After this new DA came in, he says I'm no longer going to pursue the death penalty. And now with this Buffalo guy, he's like, yeah, except for this guy.
Like, this guy's got to go. Yeah, I think I heard about that.
A day before you were talking about the prisons down in Ecuador, the criminal gangs also swarmed a radio or TV station down there.
Yeah, I played some clips on that on the show.
Okay. Well, I remember you doing about the prisons. I didn't know if you knew about the TV or the broadcast station.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure if I covered it on the show, but I had clips laid to the side to cover that on the show. I may have or may not. I cannot remember. Yeah, I think I covered that. Let's do this. It says, I find that a lot of anti-socialist sentiments boils down to a basic belief that people are lazy and won't do good in the world or work hard unless they are suffering. I believe the opposite. I think most people would do amazing things if they weren't in dire straits constantly. I think about the idea of like in religion where people some people feel that we're born in sin, right? Christianity says you're born in sin, and without Jesus, you can't be, you can't go to heaven. You don't have a chance. You're just like a heathen or whatever, and then you've got other views from other religions that feel like everyone is born good, and they have the capacity to do evil or whatever, but their natural state is good. And I think that if you believe that people are born, basically, in sin, then that gives you the justification to treat people a certain way, especially when you feel like they haven't, been baptized, or they haven't accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior or whatever. So then they're lesser, they're naturally evil, or whatever. They're gonna do shady things. They want to be homeless. They want to steal. They want to rape and pillage people. Like, that's just what they want to do. So it's like it's an excuse to treat people a different way, is what I'm saying. And I think that I just really feel like it's a better way to look at the world, in thinking that people are born good, like naturally born good, instead of thinking that they're born in sin. It was just something I was thinking about. It came up in one of my classes this week.
And here's where I've got to rebut with the fact, what did we learn during Katrina about the natural nature of man and what they're going to do? Anytime there's a large crisis of a nature like that, what happens? We were supposed to get locked. No, they don't. Yeah, there are people that come together, but there are also people running around looting, killing, raping. Look at COVID. People think that we're going to be locked down for a month. They go out there and get, 18 packages of the largest TP, everything. I don't care if it's the last one. I'm taking it. Literally taking water and TP and stuff like that from people's hands and things like that. I mean, you have to factor in there's a large part of people that, when a crisis hits, or what is it? There's a whole lot of people out there that are just one bad day from becoming a criminal.
Yeah,
and that says more about society than people in general.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because
but at the same time, you've got people running around watching these kids running in groups of 10 and 12 and 20, looting the shelves and everything. People going in during the peaceful the peaceful demonstrations, pulling out TVs and all this kind of stuff, and still saying that people are basically good. Oh, well, they're just poor and they need it. Well, does that justify theft and violence?
I don't agree with that.
Look at how they acted. And you're sitting here, people are basically good, yet they will loot and burn when they get a chance, especially when a fired mob is up and they can have their actions covered.
I don't agree with that sentiment. I think that is what's covered by the media and blown up. I think it's much smaller than it seems like it is. Whenever it's like an earthquake or some kind of natural disaster, people that have anything to do with the situation just automatically go to try to help people, automatically trying to dig people out of the rubble, like people they don't know about or care about or whatever. Remember 9/11, with the Twin Towers. And New York is known for being like indifferent towards each other and walking by
That's actually not true. New Yorkers are known, very well known, for standing together in a crisis.
And I think that is true across the board for all people.
In general, yeah, but then again, you cannot argue with all the things that we saw, with the looting, with the crap that happened before the pandemic, with what happened in New Orleans, with what happened in the Superdome right here. I mean, it happens every single time. It happens. So you can't say it's not a factor. You have to understand there are those people. You have to plan, prepare, and be ready for people like that too.
When you put people in a boiling pot,
Look at every single zombie apocalypse movie. What is it based on? It's based on the fact that there are fewer people that you can trust to have a good nature out there than not.
but that's not necessarily the reality. That's the fiction. Like I agree with the part
That is
where
not the fiction, though. Take a look at every single flag that flies in this country, and you will find something heinous on it. Every single country, every single flag's got blood on it. Yet, it's all good people in general. I mean, you have to keep consideration of that. And again, you're sitting there going, it's not everyone, and that's exactly what I'm saying too. But I'm also seeing that the weak, compliant people will fall in behind evil people for fear of losing or for fear of becoming the next victim as well.
Well,
see, this is where psychology comes in.
Yeah, on the psychological side, I was about to go into is like looking at being a pessimist or whatever, like glass half full or glass half empty type of way of looking at the world. If you're looking at the world that people are naturally good or looking at people that they're naturally evil, then your view of the world is going to cause what happens to you in the world. It's going to put a lens on your interpretation of the things that happen in the world. That way you'll dismiss the stuff that doesn't go follow your already made philosophy, and you're going to seek out the things that do support the philosophy that you have already. It doesn't mean that it's true. Let me read some comments. It says,
so easy to dismiss things that way.
Let me read this. It says, that's the thinking behind the concept of universal income, the studies of which support the theory. People have so much more energy to be productive when they aren't distracted by constantly robbing Peter to pay Paul. The studies have come out, it's all good results as a result of people getting money. And it's like the stress of the situation. And that's what I meant about the boiling pot. Because like the people stuck in the stadium after Katrina, that was just a horrible situation that these people were put in. And people are in a boiling pot, and they're going to freaking, react in a way that's, pretty horrible. It's a horrible situation. They're going to react horribly. Another comment says, yep, look at the boomers, easiest generation ever, and they were able to flourish, buy homes, raise families, all on a single income. Another comment says, yep, but the people in charge of everything enjoy the cruelty. In fact, it's the only thing that gives them pleasure. One more, I'm going to move on. It says, this is the core difference between traditional conservative and liberal viewpoints. Liberals believe people are inherently good and capable of will flourish if given resources and opportunity. Conservatives believe people are inherently bad, sinful, and must be controlled by an authority to keep society in check. That is why extreme liberalism is giving everyone access to things, while extreme conservatism is dictatorship. Also, why conservatism, dictatorship, fascism appeals to Christian nationalists and white supremacists who already believe that they have a moral and racial superiority over others, and that those others must recognize their authority and conform to their demands. Conform to their demands. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about. Different way of looking at things, and your view of people being naturally good or naturally bad indicates, your politics.
Of course. Never mind.
Did you see the one about the guy who was in the church over the freeze? It was a guy who let people come in his church and stay there and wash their clothes and stuff like that. And they're charging him. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. It says, this pastor is facing charges for sheltering unhoused people in his church amid winter temps. Chris Avell, the pastor of Dad's Place in Bryan, Ohio, was arraigned in court on January 11th for charges related to building code violations after he kept his church open to provide warmth and shelter for unhoused individuals. He pleaded not guilty to the alleged violations. Court documents say that because the building is zoned as central business, people aren't allowed to eat, wash clothes, or sleep there. In a December statement, the chief of Bryan Police Department told 13 Action News that a reasonable amount of time was given for both the tenant and property owner to fix issues. In an interview with local outlet with Village Reporter, Avell stressed that the building isn't a shelter, it's a church, adding that we have put things people can use like a shower and a small ability to do laundry. Some who found this to be a home for them have stuck around. Avell reportedly said he will continue to keep his church doors open through the winter. This is what the Word of God teaches. This is how I worship my God, he told WTOL 11. He's expected back in court within 30 days of his arraignment date. Yeah, so like the incentives to actually help people or incentives to let people stay out in the cold and freeze to death, you know. Maybe it's against the building codes. Okay, that's fine. Why go out of your way to prosecute this guy for some building code violations? You know, because he was helping people? Is that the reason?
Do you remember the one sentence that you read? Some people that have found this as a home have stuck around. It'd be one thing if he was doing temporary living facilities, but with people like trying to stay there for extended time, it turns it into a boarding situation. I mean, I understand why legally and all that they're doing it. On the other hand, it's cold as fuck out there, and you know, with all the things, if everyone's worried right now, if they can look the other way with people going into Walgreens and just filling their backpacks up right now and not prosecuting them, they can look the other way for this guy for a couple of months during the friggin' cold, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of the point I'm making. So, but they want to go out of their way to make sure that this guy gets, you know, prosecuted.
They're not going out of the way. See, that's just it. You're adding that to that, going out of the way. They're not technically going out of the way. They're just following through on it when they choose not to follow through on other things, on things that are actually more criminal. They're not following through on things that actually are bringing harm to society, while they're taking the time to prosecute this guy who's not really harming society. He's just lowering the property values.
Yeah, it's prioritizing. It's where our incentives are.
It's called follow the money.
Let's read some comments. It says who the hell in their right mind is pressing charges? Well, I'm sure it's the city or the state, the county. Another comment, it says, I swear America hates humanity and loves corporations. Another one, it says, figures when you actually have a good Christian doing the right thing, someone comes along to stop it. Comment, it says, is there a GoFundMe for his legal bills? Another one, it says, so pro-life rules don't apply under this circumstance either. Another one, it says, I don't get it. Make it illegal for people to be homeless and to help the homeless, yet don't give people the help that they need to prevent it. Another one, it says, is there a place we can support this man either through petitions, donations, etc.? says, so ridiculous. The man was helping people in need. Another one. So let me get this straight, Ohio. Read the governing body of its bootlickers, who claims to do everything based on Christian values, is going after the man actually doing what Christians should do. Got it.
I'm sorry, man. You want to lose me in a conversation real quick? Whip out the word bootlicker. I mean, that pretty much tells me right there that you don't like my hate, but your hate is okay.
Yeah. Well, the part where this person was saying, that they're supposed to be standing for Christian values, and then it's like in the Bible, what Jesus says or whatever, look out for the homeless, the people who are oppressed, the hungry, or whatever, love thy neighbor and all of that. And then you got some guy actually trying to live those values, and the state or the government or ones is coming in on them.
So you have So you have two different people interpreting using the Bible out of context to work both directions. That's the biggest thing I see when people start quoting Bible at me. And the line in there that says, even Satan can quote the Bible for his own uses. Which is why people that spit out Bible quotes on both sides, I laugh at both of them. Mostly the ones that are trying to use the Bible to counter, because on one hand, most of them are going, well, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe in religion. But the Bible says this. Why don't you act like that?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, that's why I like to call myself a spiritual person. And I think it grows out of religion. I think that religion leaves you in a box and leaves you limited. So, yeah. And then if you want to always use one book as your reference, I'm like, there's a lot of books out there to read.
Yeah, I consider myself more a religious scholar than any one particular, non-denominational at that. And the truth is, there's wisdom in every single religion that I've found, except some of the dumbass ones. I mean, like the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, stuff like that. But, even the Satanists, if you listen to what they are saying, actually have something to say and something positive.
I agree with that. Remember another comment. It says, crazy if they made him swear and put his hand on the book that reads, for I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Another comment says, this is so USA. It says, the level of institutionalized hostility against poor people is disgusting. Yeah. It's just a sad story overall. The guy's just trying to help people, and then they're going to come in and give them a hard time. People are freezing, like it was freezing temperatures out there. Give them a place to wash their clothes and come in out of the cold, and then you're gonna state some building code shit. There was something related to that topic that I had in here. My brain is slipping.
I'm currently in the process. I'm trying to look to see if this guy has a GoFundMe, and if he does, I'll let you show it so we can put it up.
Okay, that's great. Something.
Hey man, you know how I feel about a lot of the home a lot of the home free population today, but man, nobody needs to fucking freeze whether they've chosen to live that way or not. You know, that's just fucked up.
Yeah, that's just really, really terrible. I had something related to this that I can't find, so I'm gonna just go on. Hopefully it'll pop up. So I can't even remember what the topic was related to it. Oh, let's do this. It says, since the summer of 2021, the U.S. Coast Guard has intercepted surging numbers of migrants. Most of them are fleeing political turmoil and violence in Haiti and Cuba. Nearly everyone is sent back. Some are children, and increasingly they are traveling alone. It says people intercepted at sea have fewer rights than those who come by land. This is especially true of children at land borders. Unaccompanied minors from countries other than Mexico and Canada can not simply be turned back. At sea borders they can. Of the almost 500 unaccompanied children detained by the Coast Guard between July 2021 and early September 2023, only about 1% were allowed into the U.S. because the officials determined they'd likely be harmed if sent back. Even people who are fleeing violence and death who on land would be likely to pass an initial asylum screening or routinely sent back to the countries they fled. Asylum does not apply at sea, a Coast Guard spokesperson said. It says, Chicheri, a 10-year-old Haitian boy, was one of the children aboard a boat headed from the Bahamas to Florida coast last February. Chicheri planned to travel to join his mother in Canada, where she was applying for asylum, but the Chicheri's boat never reached land. He was intercepted by the Coast Guard and spent 5 days detained by U.S. ships before being sent back to Haiti. It says,
I found a GoFundMe for Chris Avil, the pastor of the Bryan, Ohio ministry that's being sued. Now, he is not the person. Janelle Cribbs is organizing the fundraiser to benefit Dad's Place Church of Bryan, Ohio. It says it's all going to go there. He's a registered nonprofit. He's got the EIN number for it. So it does look like it's legitimate. Even though it's not him doing it, it looks like it's someone doing it for him. And they have his nonprofit EIN number. So you can't get that unless you're working with him.
cool,
So,
I posted it in the chat. Appreciate that.
Cool. So that's that. I'm glad we can get something like that out.
Let me read on. It says, Stephanie LaFortune had not wanted to send her son on boat by himself. She knew firsthand how perilous the journey could be. For months, she searched for other ways to bring Chicheri to her, but determined there was no alternative. It says, when he returned to Haiti, Chicheri struggled to stop thinking about his experience at sea. When I sleep, when I sit down, I want to cry, he said. They had us for 5 days. We couldn't eat well, couldn't sleep well, couldn't brush our teeth. It says, a nearly 30-year spike in maritime migration has created a crisis for the Coast Guard, too, leading to what one official described as war-fighting levels of stress and fatigue. Crew members described distress at having to reject desperate person after desperate person, but the worst part of the job, several said, was turning away the children who were traveling alone. U.S. Coast Guard Petty Officer Timothy James was on the job no more than a few weeks before his expectations were upended. Migrants were not trying to infiltrate the country as he thought. They were running because they didn't have another option. I can imagine sending a 7-year-old kid across an ocean like that is unforgiving. I can't imagine what my life would be like to have to do that. It says in 2022, the Department of Homeland Security started a new legal immigration program. It allows Haitians and Cubans, along with Venezuelans and Nicaraguans, to apply for a 2-year entry permit on humanitarian grounds from their countries, rather than traveling by land or sea first. Since the program began, more than 107,000 Haitians and 57,000 Cubans have been approved for entry, including a man who was detained with Chicheri. Yeah, what's really sad is a lot of these people die. They overload the boats and they sink. And yeah, a lot of people drown trying to come in that way. It's really, really dangerous. I'm going to read some comments. It says, remember, folks, open any history book and you'll learn that the U.S. has always played a major role in destabilizing these countries and contributing to conflict and crisis. The least we can do is try to help the people fleeing the horrors that our country helped create. Another comment says, nobody is an illegal alien. We are all humans and deserve dignity and respect amid basic human rights. Hypocrisy for people to criminalize, dehumanize those coming from global majority countries who are seeking asylum on stolen land, a land where so many atrocities have been committed, American way. This is ProPublica. Another comment that says, every country where the U.S. government and military corporations are involved should have open immigration policy. The U.S. cannot continue effing up the lives of everyone around the world and not think their hands are clearing. There are always consequences. One more, I'll move on. If the U.S. stayed out of those countries, their people might want to stay at home. The world is suffering from U.S. imperialism. Yeah, the thing with the immigration thing is like they don't want to really focus on the causing factors to really improve the situation and fix the problem. They just want to slap band-aids on it and use it as like campaign slogans, and it's all just like politicizing these humans.
Republican Party was the party that started to dig us out of that in this country and to improve us every day, which she never actually says. DeSantis says it, and I'm surprised at that because that's part of our proud history as Republicans, the fight against slavery and struggle.
Can I just say something, though? I mean, we talk about this as if it is the past. We've covered stories where people have died, have been killed because of racism. Jacksonville, Florida, the Dollar Tree shooting. I mean, this is happening right now. And this is not just the Black community, right? The Japanese internment. I mean, those families and descendants are still here. My last name is Alford, not because my family chose that last name. That is the name of the slaveholding family that owned us. I know the plantation that we are from in South Carolina, and I am here. My father desegregated a school. He remembers those things. So why do we have to talk about it as if it is past? This is right now. The pain is real. The survivors of racism, we are here, right? And so if you don't have a message around that talks about the future, that talks about the present, you cannot lead this country.
Well, Republicans do have a message around it. And
it's to ignore it. It's to say that we are colorblind, which does not solve the problem.
But it is to say that we are undoubtedly a better and stronger nation on this front today than we were 10, 20, 40, 50, 150, 180 years ago. We are undoubtedly better as an American people than we ever have been. And that will be true again tomorrow. And
But
that,
why
I think
is
that was
that?
the
But
point
why
she was
is it?
making.
It's not because we ignored it. It's because people called out what was uncomfortable and they challenged the status quo and they said, we need to live up to what the American dream actually is. Those were the people who were demonized. We just celebrated Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was killed. He was killed. He was not considered a favorite or a darling of America because he stood up against racism, against poverty. And actually the greatest threat was that he was uniting poor white people, right, with poor people of color. That was the greatest threat to America, was that he was willing to bring us together. So again, we have to move past talking about this as if it is history, as if it's not happening right now. And when the Republican Party does this colorblind thing, you're gaslighting people. And they're going to react to that, and they're going to show it at the polls.
You know, the problem is not what you just said, right? I mean, that's a message centered around patriotism and opportunity and equity. The problem is that there is no leader currently in the Republican Party vying for the presidency who is saying what you just said. I mean, to openly deny that America has ever been a racist country, you know, every politician has tics that were developed from their start in politics. And clearly what Nikki Haley saw in South Carolina 20 years ago as a person of color is she had to say things like this in order to advance early on in her career. That in and of itself is such a great tragedy. But right now, it's not just horrendous what she's saying, but it's politically stupid. I can't think of one Republican primary voter who's like, you know, I was with Trump, but then Nikki Haley said that we were never a racist country. So now I'm with her. The smart thing for her to do is to focus in on these independent, moderate voters and try to gain some momentum out of New Hampshire. That is her only hope. But then, of course, she still goes into South Carolina, her home state, where she is trailing Trump by 35 points. This primary, unfortunately, is just about over.
You do raise an interesting point about the audience in New Hampshire. She needs non-Republicans basically to come into this primary. And so how she addresses these kinds of topics, how she addresses topics that a non-Republican audience is listening to is going to determine whether she can actually get close to him or not. I'm not sure it's going
Because
well at the moment.
undeclared voters could be
Yeah, they could
helpful
come
to
right
her
in.
there.
Not Democrats, but undeclared
yeah,
New Hampshire can
undeclared.
come in. And,
Yeah.
and people who say, well, I don't want Trump anymore. I want to move the Republican Party past Trump. Well, you can't give answers to questions that make them say, well, you sound like Trump, because then they have no reason to come in and look, this is what Chris Christie was saying in the hot mic the other day. I mean, this is basically why he was saying she's not up to this, because she can't paint the clear choice for the actual non-Republican or anti-Trump voter. This is the tightrope she's on.
And it's also why DeSantis is not up to it as well. Too close to Trump.
Thank you guys very much for this important conversation.
Yeah, the most important thing I get from this clip is that, you know, to the powers that be, the most dangerous thing is, you know, people actually coming together, you know, and that's the reason why the media covers all of this divisive stuff. That's the reason why the whole politics is all of this partisan shit, where they're pointing fingers at one side or the other. Oh, the Republicans this, oh, the Democrats this, oh, the conservatives this, oh, the liberals this, you know, oh, the black folks this, oh, the white people this, oh, the Hispanics, the border, LGBTQ, you name it. All of the top headlines are going to be this divisive stuff. And but for us to come together, though, we do have to have these difficult conversations related to race and class and structures and the history, how we got to this point and all of that shit. But like I say, the majority of us agree on the major issues. It's just that the media likes to put out those little tidbits for us to fight against, you know? So the comment that she made about MLK, you know, the real threat to MLK was bringing poor whites and poor blacks together. You know, that's a problem. And you look at it historically, anybody that did that historically has been eliminated, squashed, smashed, disseminated, you know, because that's what they fear the most. They fear people coming together, uniting behind their, you know, the problems that we equally have. Like like a lot of us are living check to check. A lot of us are living check to check and just making enough to pay our bills. And, you know, what concerns us
or not enough.
You know, what concerns us is like the price of the groceries or whatever, the price of gas and stuff like that. You know, how much rent or mortgages or whatever, you know. And like, but this is not what we're talking about in the media, because those are the things that's going to unite people together and realize that, you know, my neighbor is really in the same struggle that I am. He's not really my enemy. He's not the person that I need to be fighting against because he's a Democrat or because he's a Republican or because he's white or he's black. If he's my neighbor, there's a good chance that he's in the same socioeconomic position that I am in and fighting with the same struggles. Just want to provide for his family, just want to live his life, you know, have some amount of freedom, some amount of autonomy, you know, have some kind of decisions about his future instead of on a treadmill. Go ahead.
Well, you just pointed out something that you know, that's one word that does exist in the Bible. You know, being a part of a certain race or this or that and the third is not. So, you know, being, you know, wanting the same for your neighbor that you want for yourself, that very much exists. And for those who consider themselves righteous Christians or even Muslims or whoever, whatever, that's supposed to be a part of your belief. But I mean, overall, I think that some people are willing to say whatever it is, especially when we talk about Nikki Haley. I consider her a rhino. She's only in, you know, she's there to be used for anybody's you know, agenda that might be paying the most or just giving her the access that she needs. And, you know, maybe it started out in a different way, but that's usually the story of most politicians. They had something that they, you know, believed in strongly, but once they got in there, the corruption just becomes a part of everyday life. So I don't know.
I think those labels the Rhino label, the Democratic label, the Republican,
No,
liberal, conservative label. I think all of those are just more ways to separate folks and to get us back on that same vein of pointing fingers or whatever. The opposite of coming together, the opposite of moving forward together and looking out for our neighbor and actually making things better for all of us. Like earlier, we were talking about policies that could help everyone versus policies just to help Black people or just to help Latinos or just to help LGBTQ or whatever. So, but whenever they start talking like, oh, these policies are just for Black people or just for Latinos or whatever it is, there goes the division. There goes the people who are going to be like, I'm not on board with that. That's not going to benefit me. So what is the point of me supporting that or whatever? They say that that's racist or whatever. But if you push it back a little bit and say, boom, these policies are going to benefit everyone, especially, I mean, you could do it in like a social economic vein, because that is one of the, it's still the majority of us are in a certain economic group or tax bracket, if you will. The 1% tax bracket, majority of us is not in that. That's the whole definition of a 1%. The 99% of us are not in that tax bracket. So the majority of us is in the same boat, if you will. So the policies that help the 99% is the policies that we all should be pushing for to happen. But then we can't get to that point because then we're arguing about this and that, all of these cultural issues or whatever. And this stuff never even gets to make it to the table. Meanwhile, Congress, this last Congress has been the least of historically got the least amount of bills passed, the least amount of stuff done this last legislation session ever. Because they're talking about Hunter Biden's laptop or Trump impeachment or all the debt ceiling, all of this shit that don't help the American people at all, and they're spending all their time on that. And meanwhile, nothing happens for us.
Can you clarify, because you said the last one,
the one that we're in, the one that's
the current one?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that the things that they are fighting for, because is some serious things, especially when we're talking about the Hunter. Like, I mean, people try to play it down as if it's nothing, but when there was no proof about Trump and his collusion, it was okay to spend any dollar you needed to try to, bring him to justice. But when we're talking about, Biden and his family corruption allegations, it's kind of like, oh, you just wasting time. Nobody said that to the Democrats when they were doing all of that. Those stories,
both of those are wastes of both of those are waste of time. How do they help the American people? We have real people got real issues. People got real struggles. People really need help. Like, we have all kinds of stuff. Like, the border is an issue that is an issue. But Hunter Biden, Trump, that shit is not fucking gonna help the American people in any kind of fucking way. Like,
that's always been an issue for some. It's always been an issue, for a great deal of people. But when it starts affecting others in that way, then they're way more consistent about that conversation when they're feeling it, and other than when it's just been a problem.
How does either one of those topics help the American people in any kind of way, any shape or form?
But nobody was saying that when it was about Trump. That's the problem I have. Like, if you consistent about that that being a waste of time, don't bring it up when it when they're doing it to a different president that you might be a little more leaning toward. Don't have the conversation now. You should have had it even then with the one that you not necessarily, because I know you're not 100% against Trump, but you need to have been consistent even then. Like, don't start the conversation like that now.
Pretty sure I've been consistent. I'm sure you could go back and check the videos and where I stand on that hasn't moved.
All right, well,
I do cover.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you know that's
I
what
do
I've been
cover
saying,
the
and
stuff.
not just from you. I'm saying like in general, because I'm saying you know, like I know you know you might feel that I'm speaking directly to you, but no, I'm speaking to people in general that has been you know, they was like, yeah, put Trump away, you know, he make him stop grabbing crotch, you know, no matter at any end, like get rid of him. But now when somebody's up, you know, something that's much more serious of a crime that's being had here, because we're talking about treason, somebody selling their political strength for money to other countries. Like that's treason. Like that's something that's totally a different story that we're talking about here. But everybody wants to push it to the wayside and act like, oh, this is just a tit for tat thing. No, this is actually something that's way more legitimate than the bullshit that they try to pull up against Trump, just to try to slow him down and keep him from having a you know, a stronger position.
We could say that those things are an issue. What I'm saying is we have bigger fish to fry. That's why that stuff needs to be put to the side. People are struggling. People are homeless. People are barely paying their bills. People are getting evicted.
That's never
People are
not
getting
been true,
exploited. They're price gouging us to death. The record profits. It's been the
never not
hugest
been
transfer
true.
of wealth. It's the hugest transfer of wealth in history after COVID. And these companies are cashing in on this shit. We got these multinational conglomerates that's controlling everything, and they don't have any real competition. There's no real free market. You know, there's no real opportunity for people to compete with these businesses. You try to open up a business that competes with these corporations, and they're going to smash you out. We don't really have any choices as far as any real. All the brands are the same. There's, you know, they're all owned by the same damn company. You know, I mean, we could keep on going down the list. I mean, we don't have any political freaking choices to make either, because these people are the same fucking people. The two wings, the same bird. No fucking. The difference is minuscule. Meanwhile, they keep us focused on these emotional ass fucking bullshit and getting nothing done. I mean, they're supposed to be there representing us and representing our interests. Meanwhile, they're just talking about bullshit and not getting nothing done.
I agree. I am with you on that, and I will always hold that stance, because the people is what matters. The whole point of them being there is for us, for the people. But you know, yeah, it's way too many of us getting into these emotional conversations. But you know, we can't fool ourselves and start talking, you know, out the side of our neck when things are more convenient for you. Because like I said, there's people that's dealing with that same issue. Like, I mean, you know, I've been trying to teach people different ways to kind of put themselves outside of that whole thing, where especially taxes wouldn't be an issue, or you know, but there's a lot more, you know, that goes along with that. But you have to be pretty astute. You need to understand certain things. You gotta, it has to matter to you. That's like, I guess, the biggest thing. So a lot of things that's affecting you, you can't just all of a sudden just decide that, oh well, dang, this thing is hurting me now. Now this is my new stance. No, like a lot of those things have always existed with me. Like this is my first year in a long time to, you know, not make over $250,000 for the year. So yeah, I'm feeling the crunch, but I've always had this same stance where people you know, are in need, and you know, if I need to sacrifice some things for myself so that others can be to be able to grow, or at least try to understand for themselves how to maneuver themselves, because there are a lot more black people that's got money. I mean, that's why the workforce since COVID was a benefit to a lot of black people, because they used that money to start a business, and they don't have, you know, they working from home. They learned how to protect themselves from this BS that the average Joe is gonna have to involve himself with and putting himself in harm. Like them and their wives both have maybe multiple businesses because of that, because they're like, hey, you know what, this I can't do this to myself and my family again. But that's why the workforce, they had to force a bunch of people to come in to be able to cover the workforce. And I believe that's why they've endlessly let people in the border, is because that they need the workforce. I mean, if this was a truly, racist country, they'd be like, hey, I don't give a damn. Go put that whip on your back and make them go to work. They can't. But overall, I think that we need to stay consistent with, what kind of fights we're gonna fight.
Yeah, this most unproductive Congress in history presently, and it's because of all of this partisan politics.
I would need to see the proof instead of just hearing it. That's one of the clips, or one of the things that one of the sound bites that they use. But it said the least productive. I mean, we got to think about.
I covered it, and the number of bills that has been presented, and the number that has passed, least ever. I think there was another time, it was like, I don't know, Civil War or something crazy was going on.
They've been getting some big shit. The things that they have been attending to have been some major things. I mean, I don't know if that part matters to the people, but some of the major conversations that's been going across, they've been getting attacked. And I think that, like I said, they've really made this Hunter Biden and Joe Biden thing, to be such a small deal. People don't believe that it's real because of the lies that, the Democrats are forced to spread because they're trying to protect their leader.
I think it's just a dog and pony show, and they're selling us wolf tickets, and we're taking it. And a lot of the stuff, they don't want to get stuff done, like the money that the federal government was sending to Texas for the border, and Abbott is like, no, we don't want that money. And
because it's conditional, and that's the part that you need to read the fine print. Like, it's certain things that you're gonna gain something in order to lose way more. I don't think that that's good politics. And
this money is going to be used for more border patrol agents. It's going to be used to
what else? Because I'm gonna tell you, these people are masterful. Democrats are some of the greatest politicians ever. Like, these people know how to slip things into a bill that has nothing to do with what the people really want. And then it's like, oh, if you missed that and you agreed to this, then now you have made a whole state of people, slaves to something that they would have never agreed upon. So, you can use those, like I said, those sound bites sound good, but a lot of times the real information is still missing. Why? And trying to demonize a group, because I think last week, or when the last time I was on, we was talking about how the money's for school.
Speaking of money in school, 30 billion plus surplus the Texas school has, and Abbott has chosen to not use those funds, to not release those funds into the school.
Ask them why. Find out why, and I guarantee you'll shut yourself up, because you'll be like, oh, hell no.
I could tell you why. It's because he was trying to sell the voucher programs, the school voucher programs. He was campaigning really heavy on that shit and trying to get basically force that through, and it didn't. It didn't pass. The Texas folks didn't go for that, and so this guts it puts it makes it look like the public school system is failing, you know, when they don't have you know, money for teachers or
But it
for
is failing.
buildings instructions. Yeah, it's failing because it's being sabotaged, and there's
No,
a
it's
perfect
already
example of
before
it
this.
when he's
No,
not
no, no,
allowing the
stop.
money to go to them.
You're not gonna do that. Did the budget just? Did the schools just start failing this?
They've been systematically, you know,
No.
dismantling the public school system for years. And one of the ways is by denying funding.
Even when the Democrats, even when we're talking about people on the other side of the aisle, had a heavy presence.
I'm not pointing that aside at all. I'm saying that the
Okay,
school
well, when
systems
you
have
said
been,
Abbott, you said Abbott.
because that's
And
what
Abbott-
we're talking about presently. He made the decision to not let these funds go into the school system. That was Abbott.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, because I mean, I'm one of those that believes that I like the voucher thing, because first of all, I would like, especially at the point where we have to put other people in response. Like, you can't have a say. Like, you know, they've built up a privatized system to be able to run a public thing. Like they used a public instrument to utilize from a privatized area, and that's not the way things are supposed to be done. Like, people who has the most dollars can say what's going to happen over the people whose children are actually in those schools.
And
So
that-
when
this-
when
what
you
about
and when the parent has more of a choice of what's going to happen to, you know, with their kids, then
there's the numbers are out, because there's other places that have been using these vouchers, and overwhelmingly it helps wealthy folks, people who have the money to put their kids in these elite private institutions.
everything, wealthy people are able to do anything better than anybody else, because
Well, it helps people with money, and it hurts people without money. So, but the vouchers, the whole way that they were selling it was not it. That result was not what it supposedly be intended for. But that's what the numbers show. The results of the vouchers are, you know. And what happens is the regular inner city kids, the poor kids, get left behind in these crumbling ass schools. Meanwhile, the wealthy folks who already have money to put more money to put their kids into some private institutions. So, you know, that's what happens.
Okay, so the $1 billion in specific spending that the government requires to access this money doesn't have anything to do with it then.
I don't know what you're saying.
I know you don't, because you're reacting to this and you haven't actually looked into it. You didn't ask. Look at my
thoroughly
header.
looked into this.
The why factor. What have I been doing for this entire year? Instead of just raging, I've been asking why. I've been asking you why. Why? Because Abbott has to spend $1 billion the way the government tells him to before he can access that. He's actually accessed the maximum amount from the CARES Act, and he did it to cover the shortfall. He used it to cover the shortfalls in the budget rather than spend it the way the government wants. He's not denying or saying, no, we don't want the money. Matter of fact, he's asking for a dispensation to be able to receive the money without having to spend that $1 billion the way the government tells him he has to get that money.
I don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about multiple things here, because
no, we are not. We are talking about why. We're talking about why Abbott's. Why? Yes, the federal funding. That's what he's turning down.
No. We're like I said, we're talking about two different things. The surplus in the Texas school system.
You asked why he's not taking the funds for.
That's not federal money. It's already in the state. That's state money. That's Texas state money. They have a surplus.
But the part that I think that we both was trying to point out is that the reason why that he's not tapping into some of those funds is because the backlash that comes with using those funds. If it was unconditional, and he could do what he could govern, if he could actually govern his state and use the funds where it's necessary, those funds would be getting used.
This
But
is
because
state
the federal
money. There's no federal nothing related to it. The money didn't even come from the federal. It's a surplus within the Texas state education system. It didn't come from no federal nothing. That's not federal. He could use that money however the hell he wants to. It's Texas state money.
and it came from
Now
where?
the one to the border is
How
different.
was it?
That's federal money.
All right, so how was this? Does this come directly just from taxes that was collected from the people in
It
those
was
districts?
money raised within the state. Yes.
That don't sound right. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. He's asking for money here, there, and the other place, and then he has surplus and he won't use it. I mean, when something doesn't make sense, there's a reason.
You know what's my slogan on the show, man? Look that crap the F up. Please, when y'all have time, look that shit up. Let me play
But
this.
you just saying that it's surplus. You don't have any specifics on. Okay, this is just money that was raised.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. I've been looking, and all I'm seeing is him turning down spending a certain way because everyone wants the federal money. But that's a while back.
Yeah, I'm talking about right now. They have within the Texas education department, whatever they call that shit. They got like a 30+ billion surplus of funds that he's not releasing. He's holding hostage. All out of his animosity related to the voucher program not going through.
The situation in the Congo is dire. The situation in Sudan is gross. And then when you read the record of history, how like this is par for the course, you know? This is par for the course for what they do. What is known as the United States of America is a colonial settler project, almost like inherently the Massachusetts Bay Colony, all of these these were corporate concerns that were chartered, funded to conquer the new world.
Yeah,
which had
manifest destiny.
already been there, and they paved over it and built the parking lot and put a mall on top, and everybody just blithely goes their way. Now, that's been working for some time now, and working is a very loosely defined term.
Mm-hmm.
Nonetheless, that's a king, but what's the crown to the clouds? You know, as the Hopi chief said famously in one of his exchanges, he said, "We were told that America was the thing that we would see come and go." So this idea of permanence via brute force is just not historically supported. And if you doubt it, well, then you go to any museum of antiquity and see where all of the thugging gets the thugs. Everybody who sells dope is like, nah, see, but what I'm gonna do, it's like, okay, well, you know, the dope game is cursed and so is the dope. So good luck with that. There will be punished, and the reckoning is not only coming, it is here from ends that the oppressor does not yet perceive. I know it's heartbreaking. You should be heartbroken. That means your heart is working. If you're heartbroken and it's distressing, that means that you are sane. You are a functioning individual. If you are uncomfortable and you're maladjusted to a sick society, it means that you are healthy. Through the demise, my heart is still alive. It looks awful outside, but it's still worth a try.
I'm still healthy then.
Yeah, so if you feel like you maladjusted to society, then that means that you're a healthy, functioning human. I love that shit, because every time I wake up, I'm like, man, this shit is not right. Like something is not right. Like what the hell is going on?
I'm gonna call him the hip hop pastor.
And the other part
of truth just now.
And the other part that stands out is the part where we're talking about ruling, by force, and how that doesn't really work, over time.
Yeah.
You know, at some point the people will revolt. You know, at some point you're gonna have a revolution.
Well, I mean,
Mhm.
see, well, the biggest part of that, because you could say, because I mean that the result of those things is, you know, people revolting and this, that, and the other. But you know, the main thing is that it's going against nature. Like that is, you know, you always being in conflict does not give any balance to, you know, the rest of the universe. Like, I mean, you you continue killing, you keep killing off the prize of the universe, which I would believe are humans, always displacing different, you know, people because you know, this resource is, you know, more valuable to you than it was 50 years ago. So it's okay for you to walk in and, you know, have the showdown with the people and then strong arm and this, that, and the other. I mean, that is just all against, you know, balance. You know, I mean, you know, it sets things off balance more. So it's like, eh, yeah, all those other things are gonna happen. I mean, it's
I,
really
I
a matter of time.
I agree with that. It's really is about nature and it's really about balance. And you know, you can't continue to have your boot on people's neck forever. You can't
Yeah,
expect those circumstances to it's unsustainable. It's unsustainable when you have to use all of your resources and energy and time to oppress people, you know.
yeah.
Um,
Real people, like honest people, have the ability to be strong and kick some ass and do what's necessary, but they also have the soft and tenderness of allowing people to exist and just do, you know, their thing, because, you know, that's their, you know, their way in nature. Like that's no matter where you are. But when you just, you know, because of lies that you're trying to uphold and, you know, this perceived power, like that whole thing, because there's people that's powerful, way more powerful than the ones who are out here making all the noise, but
yeah,
because they have the voice of the world for the most part, at least from our standpoint, because, you know, everybody don't allow their voice to be spoken worldwide. So what we hear, we think that we are the biggest and the baddest and the greatest
right.
and all this, that, and the third, because
Mhm.
that's what's being, you know, marketed into our every stitch of
Exactly, and
our
it's
life.
it's
Yeah,
it's like live and let live, and like you say, like there's gonna be people behind the scenes that are doing things left and right, but the most rich and most powerful folks are not gonna be on the cover of the magazines. Like they don't want that kind of attention. You know what I'm saying? They do things, behind the scenes. And most folks don't want a lot. Like people don't need a lot. Like they just want to take care of their family. They want to have a certain amount of freedom. They want to,
yeah, and money don't even matter in a lot of cases, as long as you're able to provide those things that your family needs. Because, like I said, money wasn't a big deal. Even like, let's just say, going back in the 80s, the 80s, the 70s, and, you know, previous to that. Because yeah, money did matter in a lot of situations, but a lot of people were feeding themselves a lot better than we are today. Because guess what? They was tilling that soil and sowing seeds and doing things on a regular seasonal basis in order for them to be able to, what I mean was the way, what we would consider supplementing now, but that was the way, that was the main way to feed yourself. So
yeah. So
um
people don't really want handouts. They don't want anybody to come and take care of them or whatever. Just they just want to be left alone to live their life. They don't need a lot. So, but then when you take that away from them, then they really don't have any choice but to fight back. And
mhm.
they're gonna fight back to their last breath. And it doesn't matter how much power or money that you have, you're not gonna be able to defeat these people in time because they're never gonna give up when you take away
Yeah,
basic humanity.
well, I'm gonna tell you, man, even though I know that that was like a lot of political theater that happened January 6th, but because we're so separated, what needed to change down there just got stronger because they were able to use this incident, regardless of how bad it may have gone, because like there's proof showing different angles, but just the fact that they were able to use this as something for them to stand on and to protect themselves from the people more instead of it being the place for the people. They have been able to make laws that keeps people from being able to even come in there and protest. So I mean, people who legitimately want to protest and just have their voices heard is now, not even. Wait a minute, damn it. Okay, no, I thought I missed my turn, but I got it. But yeah, a lot of these things are now at stake because it wasn't really an insurrection the way that they claim it to be, but that was a way for them to be able to avoid all of the things that they do plan to do that would warrant an insurrection from being able to happen. Like a true insurrection that might need to be done because if you understand what the Second Amendment was really for. It wasn't for necessarily hunting and the game, just sport, guns for sport, even though it does allow for that, but mostly it was made for the fact that your politicians might get out of hand, just like what they're doing right now.
Okay, a quick little clarification on the whole school thing going on. Point. There is a $32 billion surplus in the bank for the state of Texas, period. They are not spending it the way you want them to on schools, period. They are debating on how to break that money up to cover multiple things. Schools have been allocated the budget that they asked for last year, and future budgets have not been addressed yet, which will create the need for some of that money. But that's next year's budget. So basically, there's $32 billion open. That's not for education or earmarked. That is just they have that much left in the bank account. They're not denying it to schools. They're not denying any extra money or anything like that. They're just not spending it on the things that they want them to, that the article that I was reading wants them to. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not an education surplus. It's not specifically for education. It's just what's left over in the bank account after everything is paid for and budgeted for.
And for a state as big as Texas, that's not a lot of money.
Especially when we're due to get hit with one, maybe even two big hurricanes over the next year or two.
Let's do this one. I can't stay on much longer. I got to work in the morning. Let's do this. It says Massachusetts generated $1.5 billion for free school lunches, and more by taxing millionaires. Meanwhile, Nebraska and Iowa opted out of free summer lunch programs. 175,000 Nebraska children and 240,000 Iowa kids will lose out on food assistance. Child hunger is a policy choice. This is Robert Wright.
They're missing out on a single card with $40 on it. That is what that specific program, because you talked about this a couple of shows ago. God forbid anyone else brings something else you brought up on another show, but you talked about this on the other show. I was telling you, it's not like that. It's not like that. Well, that program gave $40 cards to kids that were homeschooling during COVID. they're turning down continued further assistance. They're not cutting programs and all that. They're opting out of the extra federal money.
Okay.
And it was in the form of a one-time card worth 40 what are they, EBTs or whatever, the food stamp card. They were going to get a $40, they were basically $40 food stamp cards that they would give out, and it's one per child that would normally be going to school or something like that. So it's not like people are starving and dying and all of that. Yeah, there's some families that won't get that 40, or there. I'm sure there's some of them out there that aren't going to get that $200 from their 5 kids for the next 3 months, but nobody's going to die of starvation over this program.
Yeah, well, I don't think that the argument is that people are going to die of starvation. I think the argument is that, these American families could use that help.
Well, I think it's more so you can utilize this to cause some more separation, because there's going to be people who are going to feel that, okay, maybe those few dollars will make a big difference, instead of that money being focused in on something that's actually that can be of make some change for more people. I mean, this is not, government is not supposed to be for individual, just for any certain individuals. It's supposed to help help the people, period. But I don't, like I said, I mean, especially with the amounts that he's saying, if I was hearing, 200, 300, like $1,000, I might look at it a whole lot different. But we're talking about $50 for a month's time, and for kids. I mean, all right, yeah, I guess that's a decision that they could have done, but I don't see that there's a major difference, because we still hadn't got any reports of kids dead.
Yeah, but every little bit helps. I mean, $40 can make a huge difference in a family that's living check to check.
No, I get it.
See,
No,
now all of a sudden,
I
now
can
we're not
relate.
talking about kids, though. Now you're talking about their families.
Well, the kids.
It's the kid. Okay, see what that's part of the reason. The kids are not getting the money, or the kids are running to the store and buying candy with it. If you remember, one of the things was about nutritional value and food and stuff like that. That's what that argument was about. There's no restrictions on the card except EBT stuff like that, the usual stuff. You can't go to McDonald's and things, but they can still go to, the store and buy sodas and all that stuff at the corner stores. There's no regulation on it. There's no surety that it's going to be used for proper purposes, and it's not necessary, because all it does is add to existing programs. No programs were shut down.
You think
they
that
just
the parents
didn't take the government money, and part of that was, get this, balancing the budget. Every dollar here helps. Every dollar there helps. Oh, wait, except for we need to make these laws about global warming and stuff and tuck that in there, because that helps a lot. But instead of going, we're going to give people that buy electric cars thousands and thousands of dollars, but you're choking up about a kids program.
Let me ask this: what about that health spending thing that I've been seeing advertised? I mean, I don't think I mean,
oh my God,
I don't know if I have the right for that. But it's supposed to be like $6,000 that anybody can do it. Oh, a lot of people don't know about it, so it's advertising on Facebook, but like a lot of people don't really know about this, and hey, keep it hush hush.
I think it's a scam. They're gonna make you pay monthly for your like a health care or whatever.
Well,
it's a scam.
I mean, it's not like we haven't seen this before. but it does allow for them to be able to pretty much put you in a different tax bracket. That amount of money usually can push somebody over into a different tax bracket
They're not
and
giving
hit
those
you even
people.
harder.
They're not giving those. They're not giving
Oh,
that money.
well, I don't know. I'm just saying, but like logically, I mean, if we were looking at where this was happening, because they are allowing lots of people to be able to tap into money that they wasn't able to. One reason they can, this is the most money it's costed people to buy in a long time.
Yeah,
And when I say
it's a
when I
scam.
say interest,
They're not giving those people that money. It's a scam. But the part what Doc was saying about the balancing the budget, they're always talking about balancing the budget whenever it's a program that actually helps people. And y'all can say that $40 ain't nothing. But
Yeah,
this
but
is
why not
something.
cut? Why not cut some of the thousands of dollars to electric vehicle people giving out? Why not cut places where people are buying these things don't really need the money back on it and use that money for things?
Yeah,
Where
I mean,
are we going to cut corners? If they won't let us cut that, what choice do we have?
Well,
Where else are we going to
great
cut
question, Doc.
what about the
question.
What about the
it?
money?
He doesn't care. All he cares about is the Republicans. No one will cut military spending and all that shit. And
That's
Republicans
exactly where I'm
bad.
going. I'm not saying Republicans.
See,
bad.
exactly.
The Democrats and the Republicans
He is
are in the same boat.
He is an international finance master.
But you said where else can we cut? The military-industrial complex, the money to Israel, the money to Ukraine.
Then
Come
why
on
wasn't
now.
that done? Then why aren't you're sitting here complaining about this?
The Green
you
New Deal.
warned me about the other stupid shit, and now you go straight to military
Because that's the biggest fat pig
because
program
you're a
that we
broken
have.
record.
Well, it's the biggest fat pig that we have. It's the fat bacon. It's the freaking. They don't even know where half the money. There's a story right now where the money went to Ukraine, lost.
Yeah.
I don't know where it went. It's just evaporated.
You're right.
And 30% of the Hawaii money went missing too.
No shit. What about way back when we was talking about the Haiti, all the money that was supposed to go to Haiti that never made it there?
Katrina.
Yeah,
Harvey.
I mean, this is a common theme amongst our federal government and those people that we hired. That somehow these monies, because see, like people don't realize that the whole idea, that the whole thing that they're working on, is to be able to extract money from us and send it somewhere else, put it in shell companies, put it in saying it's going to this country, whatever. And if it's not enough people that's worried about how it was spent, then that they just got away with those billions and billions of dollars. But this is a game that's been getting played forever, but nobody sees that it's a fucking game. Nobody understands that when because they got you upset about $50 that some kids could get for a month, when there's billions that's already being sent around in other places that could be used, where that $50 could actually be $500 for per kid. I mean, like, and that's the part that irritates me, is that like you don't, not you specifically, but the people don't really see that, because they've been directed by the news to be concerned and upset about this, because it takes the eyes off of what they're really trying to do, what they're really trying to pass.
I think you're supporting my argument. That's what I'm saying. They have, whenever it's something that benefits the people, now we got to balance the budget. When the money is getting freaking extorted or whatever, when it, money laundered or whatever, somewhere leaving the country, something that's not benefiting the American people, then that's perfectly fine.
Well,
But
if
since
that's
they-
your
they're not going to do anything about the military-industrial complex. So
No.
tell me where else it's going to come from. See, you keep going on a broken record that goes nowhere. My question is, where does it go? Where is it going to get cut from? Where does that money come back? If we can't get it from the military, why don't we get it from these tax breaks that we give the people that buy the expensive cars? Why
What about,
can't we get it
why
from
not
other
so-
places?
Let's get it from Social Security.
Well, no, they use that so they can impeach every president that comes in since Bill Clinton.
Well,
That's the Congress's
sarcasm.
that's Congress's slush fund for stupid fucking projects that are really none of our business.
Well, this is the
Like
whole
spending
thing.
2.5 years to impeach a president on on something that happened 9 months before the impeachment started.
Well, it usually does take a little time for investigations to go on and this, that, and the third. But
Well, like I
overall,
said,
that was some sarcasm from me
the
because
reason he was impeached was 9 months from the date of impeachment. But the speech she said was, "We finally impeached him. We've been trying for 2.5 years, and we finally got him."
Mhm.
So, and about 60% of the funds that she got were directly drawn from the Social Security Fund, which is not even supposed to be able to be touched by the government. It's been put in trust of a civilian entity, and they're the ones that are supposed to take care of it. We're not supposed to be able to withdraw anything from it except to pay out benefits.
well, most of our public offices are privately owned, whether people know that or not. And and that can be from the angle of directly owning it, building, and all of its profits, as well as owning it, being able to utilize every bit of it through lobbying for whatever goods it is. So I mean, we all, I even feel like I'm speaking a broken record to some extent, because it's like, regardless, we end up on arguments that doesn't really move very far, regardless, because we don't focus at the core issues, the core problems that first of all, like the people we need to get rid of 70-80% of the people down there, just to let them know we mean business, and we go in there and put some people in there that is going to be held to a higher standard, which I would say you put things in laws in place that doesn't allow for if you doing any trading of funds for political favors, your ass go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, your main concern should be the American people, and I don't know if that's the rule of law that Americans want to live by, but I think that the government, people who's running the government, should be held to a higher standard than the people who it's built for. Like, they to do the job that they're supposed to do. But
Yeah, check this out. This is really interesting.
Military bases in the United States. We all know that the United States has military bases all over the world, right? But which countries have their bases on American soil? Germany has a base in Virginia. Italy maintains a training base in Texas. The Netherlands has one in Arizona. Singapore operates a base in Idaho. The United Kingdom has 4 bases located in Nevada, California, Georgia, and South Carolina. This means that the USA hosts 8 foreign military bases on its territory. Foreign military bases.
So foreign military bases in the United States is what this is covering.
But most of them are allies.
Still pretty interesting. I never knew.
I kind of hope all of them are allies.
I mean,
Well,
hopefully.
Well, what I'm saying is that that's not the same case with the U.S. and their militaries. They're usually adversaries. Now, not to say that they don't have bases in places where their allies are. I mean, if you think about any what you call I can't think of the terminology now, but most of the places that you look up and you see, because I mean, Iraq, Iran, I mean, all the places that they were heavily at war with is where they have bases, because it's really an occupation and not some kind of mutual, hey, operational thing that is just good for that foreign entity.
Well, one of them is Singapore. It says Singapore has one in Idaho. So, and anyways, all of this is interesting. I didn't know that we had any foreign bases here in the United States. So this is news to me.
Well,
and I agree with your sentiment about those. It's not like those countries are okay with us having our base, and a lot of those countries would rather that we didn't.
Exactly.
So it's not the same, situation. It's not an even deal.
The
But
ones that's
still.
here in the U.S. were given permission to have theirs here, where the United States most likely bullied most of the places that they have bases.
Really interesting. So it's Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Singapore, and the UK with bases in the United States. I did not know this at all. It's total news to me.
Yeah, I mean that's news to me too. But like I said, the people that you're naming off, I mean, we know what kind of relationships we have with those people. So just the fact of hearing that and then who they are, it tells its own story for the greater part of it. I'm sure there's a more detailed reason why it happened and what was going through that made them want to do that and blah blah blah. But overall, we know those countries, and they're not going to cause trouble.
Let's do this one.
They opened the pulpit up to Genocide Joe.
Oh, damn.
Y'all can get mad, I don't care. And people, as he began to give his campaign speech, some protesters stood up and said, "Stop the blood in Palestine." Yeah. They said, if you're outraged by the blood of Selma and you're outraged by the blood that was spilled in this very church, then how about calling for a ceasefire in Palestine, since you giving them the weapons, you giving them the support, you giving them the money? Joe, why don't you do something about it? They marched and stood up and got kicked out of the church, and people said, we're outraged. I was outraged too. How dare you use this sacred space? How dare you use this beloved pulpit? How dare you use this sacred tradition? How dare you use the words of Jesus, who overturned the tables in the temple, who was committed to overturning a Roman government, who was committed to speaking out against injustice? How dare you use this space as a shield for imperial war? How dare you use this space as a shield for violence? How dare you use this space as a shield for genocide? That they open.
So Lamont Hill on Joe Biden.
Uh-oh.
This guy needs to read his Bible.
Bible.
Why? What did he mean? What did I not
Because
hear?
he needs to get those stories a little bit straighter. Jesus was not anti-establishment and Roman. He was anti-desecration of the temple with money laundering and things like that, and money. He actually told people, follow the law, pay your taxes, do right by their country, do right by your community, and do right by others. That is literally his whole thing. Go along, be cool, be good, believe in me, and this life and next life will be well.
No, he never
This
said
life,
believe in me.
This life may suck, but that's. He never said what?
He never said believe in me. Other people have made that. That's
Okay.
That's
Okay.
That's
Let me
what was painted.
let me clear this one up just a little bit. The only place in the Bible or anyone where he ever referred to himself as God or anything like that, or as in any deific way, is the book of John.
Yeah, but
John the Baptist. He's never said it about himself or referred to himself as in any deific entity in any other book to any other of the apostles. None of them said that. Only John said that Jesus said, I am, and stuff like that.
Well, yeah. But all right, I think
He
that's kind
talked
of
to others about
based
becoming
on
a son of God,
ideology.
but never said I was the son of God.
Yeah. Well, the main thing with the turning over of the tables in the temple was because of the not just the buying and selling, but the whole desecration of the sacred temples
With the money lenders,
with the corporatizing it was
with the
doing
money
of the church.
changers.
Yes. So I mean, I think that it was very much relevant of how he used that that quote that he made about the turning over of the tables, because we're talking about the same thing, ideology. Of course, we're talking about in a different day and
Well,
time.
yeah,
And
that's like I said, it was him trying to overturn the Roman Empire.
But Caesar is a representation of what we're talking about here with our government, because that we're talking about a monarchy to some extent.
Pontius Pilate refused to kill him twice. It wasn't until he kicked the table over and started messing with the money that they actually killed him.
Well, that might be true, because I'm not sure on those details, but overall, because I mean, you and I see the Bible differently. I look at it as stories of allegory that teaches you may think of it more of a literal thing, which is fine. I mean, but overall, I think that we're talking about still have the same similar argument that but Caesar represents the government and all of its deceit and all of its filth that is tries to express at every angle of its existence. Whatever area it can cover, it will. And that's one of the reasons why the tables got turned over, because even the murder, the kill, the things that you're supposed to be protecting people from, you're okay with it when there's a dollar attached to it.
Okay, what I'm not okay with is the guy rewriting the things that Jesus said Jesus did from the Bible and reinterpreting it in that way, and then using Jesus and God's name to preach and tell people what he should do or to speak badly on another person.
I got
Because
you. And that's a personal.
that defies taking God's name in vain. He's using the name of God to admonish other people for his own interpretations and his own reasons. That he's using God's name to empower his own voice. That's taking God's name in vain.
Well, I mean, he wouldn't be alone in that, but and I get you. I mean, I feel you. That's your, you got that personal indictment on him, but I think what he was trying to say,
Hey,
I can't say that that was his intention, but
I get what he's saying, and I understand it, and I'm a good amount along with it. I agree with a lot of it. I just, like I said,
I'm gonna tell you, Lamont, Lamont, whatever Hill,
all his
Lamont
words
Hill,
will be dismissed because of that mistake by a lot of people.
Well, and I get that, but it's gonna probably be a lot more people that will follow right along with it, because some people don't understand it to that extent, and really the point that he was trying to make was clear, and like his stance on Palestine, like he lost his job with CNN years ago because he had the nerve to say some of the things that people are just now starting to try to stand up and say. Okay, not necessarily Israel bad, Palestine, good, but at the same, a lot of people before wouldn't even say anything about that whole conflict because, their fear of the ones who, hold the purse in most areas of this world we're living in. Like they're the most, probably the most powerful people on the planet when it really comes down to ideology, because a lot of people really believe that they are the people of the book.
Yeah.
You know,
But
but
let me do
anyhow.
this. Check this out.
Random money to Israel. How do you feel about that? Israel is.
My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad.
You know, I find it interesting that you never ever play leftists being stupid or being set up.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
but don't be upset with him about that, because I mean, look, we're all drawn to, because I find myself like the things that I share leans more to the right, and you know, look, don't be mad at me because of that, because that's the side that that I'm more attracted to, or attracts me to it, and you know, it just is what it is. But I guess what? He has invited me onto the show as well as you to combat some of that bullshit.
Yeah. Check it.
Dan or anything else he's doing. So we just need the right man behind the wheel, which is Donald Trump, and hopefully we'll get him back if they don't take him out before the election, because that's probably, I hate to bring that theory up, but that's a scare. I pray for that man every night.
I see the Stronger Than Hate Steelers T-shirt here. Both a Steelers fan and supporter of Israel. What do you think about the foreign aid going to Israel and Ukraine right now?
Should be cut in half.
Money to Ukraine and money to Israel. How do you feel about that? Israel is a great ally. Ukraine, I really think is money laundering mess on both sides. So you think Zelensky's laundering the money, or well, how did he just get the 2 big yachts that he got? And you hear about all the politicians, Ukrainian, going on vacations to Italy, driving Ferraris and Porsches. We are paying for this. We're paying for those people's pensions and their businesses. Why are working Americans having to pay for other countries when we're not taking care of our own? I want to talk about foreign aid and how you feel about giving money to Israel and Ukraine in these fraught times overseas.
Israel, we're definitely supposed to protect. Give me a break. We have got to protect it. But
why?
I just think anything Biden does is bass-ass backwards, whether he's leaving Afghanistan or anything else he's doing. So we just need the right man behind the wheel, which is Donald Trump, and hopefully we'll get him back if they don't take him out before the election, because that's probably.
Yeah,
That's how foolish some people really are. They really.
It was Trump who got us out of Afghanistan, and that was a good thing, actually. It just happened when Biden was in there, but Trump was the one.
The thing what Biden did was he decided to wait literally until a week or two before the withdrawal, when the whole idea is we were supposed to pull back over the 3 months toward the end and get everything out. And instead, Biden waited till the last minute. And I mean, literally, like the very second it was over, they came rolling in the largest amount of force that they have been able to pull off in like years to take it all back. And they're like, no, this is it. If you're here, you're shot. If you're here, you're trespassing. You're not, and that's why the U.S. taxpayer is now the number one funder of half the terrorists across the Middle East.
Listen, let me preface first of all that this is my opinion, but I'm sure a lot of people will agree that most of the reason why that whole effort didn't go the way that it should have, because the generals that was in place set it up, but because it was approved by Donald Trump, because they probably didn't want to come out of Afghanistan, really, but either way, because Trump had something to do with it, they rejected it, no matter, just like they did the whole thing with the southern border, because it was something he had something to do with. They really did not want to support it, and even though that it came to a lot of detriment to people, some Americans as well as some Afghanis people who would have, that were Afghanis that were allies to the United States. got harmed in that whole process because they didn't follow. They didn't want to follow the same strategy that was really constructed by the generals
Yeah. So
of the.
yeah. So they didn't want to get out, and that's the reason why they waited to the last second. What Doc is saying, they didn't want to leave. That's the reason why they waited to the last second. That's the reason why it was such a fucking mess when the whole thing happened.
I mean, but when you're supposed to be
the main part of this
commander in
clip
chief,
is trying to point out the hypocrisy related to how they feel about Ukraine versus Israel. They're like,
yeah,
you know, we're not trying to give money to Ukraine, but we're okay with giving money to Israel. And
being
it's like
partial.
America first, except for Israel.
You know, I think
No,
we give enough money to
that's what's been
Israel
so.
that we don't need to supplement more. I mean, we already give enough to them every year, and we've become good with that over time. I don't think we should be tossing more at them right now. I think
And they
any
don't even
money
have
that
to be
we
good
send over
Americans.
here should go for the relief and the evacuation of the Palestinians.
They don't even have to be good Americans in order to get this monies. Like the ones that are here, not to say that they're bad people, but I mean, like the entitlements that a lot of them have is that, you know, they can do whatever the hell they want. But I mean, it's our government that has uplifted them to that point, I believe. You know, I mean, you continue to fund the country. So I mean, let's just leave the people, aside. The government of Israel, the way that they are funding them is totally insane. There is no real reason to do it other than the fact that they say that they own the world, and that every human being is pretty much a peon to them because they are God's chosen people, and blah 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 blah, all this crap that goes along that they can't even, it's a waste of time and money, and it's because I believe, and to some extent, my opinion, a lot of the people that's in office are those people that took over, them and their families that took over after the whole thing that happened in Germany. Like America didn't
We
win.
have a lot of government officials who have dual citizenship with Israel, and this is this should point out to a problem, because where are their alliances? Who are they looking out for? Are they looking out for the United States, or are they looking out for Israel? Where do they stand? They're government agents here in the United States, but they have dual citizenship with Israel. So if it's America first, go ahead.
That's my whole point, is that they're not going to be America first, and that's what like the even that to be even an issue for Trump to be able to come with, make America great again, all this kind of stuff. I mean, even though that's we could take that that part however you want, but those people that have been running the country for the last 50, 60 years are the very people who they claim to have been trying to expel from Germany, or the Nazis and all this, that, and the other. Like there's some CIA documents that show that that's where a lot of them start turning up, and at NASA and different places that hold power in this country. So it's if you understand a lot of these things, you would not really be surprised that they do have the alliance with Israel, is because most of them are Israel.
And it really sucks, because a lot of us are on the nationalism stuff or whatever. We're trying to look out for the United States, but like the American people are like the only ones that feel that way. These multinational corporations don't really care about the United States in any way, even though these companies are based in the United States, but they are a global company. They're not looking at it the same way as us, as we want to take care of our people. So you got government agents who have a dual citizenship with the other countries. All of this is point to the fact that it's like the American people lose, and you wonder why we lose every time. Is because these people aren't really fighting for our behalf, and then those American companies getting the subsidies from the government, and they have they ship jobs overseas. They have all of their freaking stuff that they do in other countries around the world, but then it's our government who's subsidizing them. Like, what the F?
I mean, is there really proof that these are American companies? I mean, just because they have, buildings that has their name on it here in America, does that necessarily mean that they're American country? Like, really, what makes you I said country, American company? Like, what really defines an American company? Because if you're in, on the continent of America, if you're on the continent of Africa, if you're on the continent of Asia, I mean, you're not technically just to America. Like, and whatever benefits and laws that you can utilize based on what you want to do, that's the placement that they use for that thing. So like, it's all really like paperwork that determines the difference and the opinion that they have at the time, or the ideology that they want to express through their business. That's it. So I mean, like, I think we get caught up on some of these things and just saying, oh, because we see commercials here in America that it's an American company, that does not really legitimize the truth of it.
And there's an area where we can cut. Earlier we were talking about other places you can cut. What about all of these subsidies to these so-called American companies that we give them? All these bailouts and shit that we do. These
and blindly is what we see to be blindly, because there's no real like clear-cut reason that, okay, because the America did this, or we owe them because of this, that is why we are giving them this money. No. Oh, you know what? You're too big to fail. What? Look,
bullshit.
That just an ideology that they want to express is the reason why that they can give $1 trillion, hundreds of billions of dollars to different companies and corporations.
And where's our bailout? Like, you know what I mean? When do they bail out any regular folks in the United States? So, but then
that's the part.
Then I want to talk about like the student loan debt, right? So, it was huge pushback on that. Oh my God, that's unbelievable. No, we can't use American taxpayers' money to bail out these students who signed up for these loans, and so but we're okay with bailing out these corporations when they fuck up and they don't even fucking do what they should be doing.
Well, the thing is that certain things are given an opportunity to debate on publicly, because it still makes no difference. Some of these things is just done, and about it after the ink is is dry. It's all said and done, and the transfers are happening as they're speaking about it. But when we're talking about certain things that can be an emotional issue, those are the things that they lend to the people to have, to be able to cause a public opinion on a situation in order to demonize it. Like, they utilize these different narratives on purpose. Like, the way they use it is not for the fact of notifying the public. It's so that they can use it to sway or to split the people one way or another. So oh man, this is a common thing. Like, this is something. Yeah, this is this playbook 1, play 3.
They run the same play over and over again.
You know what I'm saying?
It works.
It's the flea flicker and with the Hail Mary all in one.
And it works. It works. This is the last one I want to do because I gotta get out of here. So check this one out. Check this out.
Poster. And we both follow a teacher, a rabbi who said, "Don't let the law get in the way of loving your neighbor. Loving your neighbor is the most important law. It is the summation of all the law and all the prophets."
God bless you.
I would submit to you that our neighbor also includes the Hindu student who sits in a classroom, the Buddhist student who sits in a classroom, and an atheist student who sits in a classroom. And my question to you is, does this bill truly love those students?
I'm going to go a different direction than I think you're trying to lead me. And that is that a very great wrong was done in our classrooms with that 1980 decision.
Every time on this committee that we try to teach students values like empathy or kindness, we're told we can't because that's the parents' role. Every time on this committee that we try to teach basic sex education to keep our kids safe, we're told that's the parents' role. But now you're putting religious commandments, literal commandments, in our classrooms, and you're saying that's the state's role. Why is that not the parents' role?
Down.
That's really an interesting rabbit trail that you've gone on with that.
Would you be comfortable with adding language to receive parental consent from all the parents of students in the classroom before putting it up?
I would not. I am, again, going to keep it clean as it came over.
So you don't want parental consent when it comes to students receiving religious commandments?
I don't believe that. I think that these are foundational to being a good citizen.
Do you believe schools are for education and not indoctrination?
Absolutely.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, why is having a rainbow in a classroom considered indoctrination and not having the 10 Commandments in a classroom?
Is that a question?
Yes.
I am not arguing another poster. I'm arguing that the 10 Commandments are represented in our earliest education system.
I just worry this is what gives us religious people a bad name. That instead of living out the way of Jesus, we're instead imposing our beliefs on other people. Instead of leading by example, we're leading by mandates. And so I'm very offended by this legislation. I know you and I have worked together, and I'm not casting aspersions on you, and I would love to work with you. But as it is currently written, I find this to be a deeply offensive bill. And I say this to you as...
So it's Texas Republicans are trying to force schools to display the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, but I thought there was supposed to be a separation of church and state.
I thought that chick was not. She wasn't a senator or representative, was she?
I don't think so.
Because it sounds to me like those guys up there were like, yeah, no.
Well,
Yeah.
But I'm a hey, if you're gonna do that, how about we put up the Pillars of Islam? How about we put up
the
tenets of
27
Satanism,
the 26 laws of Ma'at, 26 or
the laws of Ma'at, the Norse Code. I mean, if we're going to do that, then we can't do it for just one religion. If you put one religion's up there, then all of them, anyone asking that their religion's statements or basic, statement like that, if the Christians can do it, then any religion should be able to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's freedom of religion.
But see, that's why I have certain, because I mean, if I want to put my my kid in, to be, because I mean, I have, all the time, outside of school to teach him whatever religion that I want him to learn. We're supposed to be sending kids to school to learn general things that each one of them will benefit from. And, for me to have to come back and reteach my child because they're teaching them something that I don't believe in is now causing a problem. Because first of all, you know, this is supposed to be the place of math, reading, arithmetic. I mean, I say math, you know, the sciences, shall I just say?
You know, I see two places where the Bible can reasonably be taught in public schools. One as social studies, an anthropology history class, you know, biblical times, stuff like that. And the other being as literature.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Potentially, but I would still say on a historical point of view instead of, you know, something that's more
That's what he's saying, basically. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, anthropology, social studies, anthropology, history, anthropology.
I will be open to that, but at the same time, I still think that that's still pushing it, because I mean, they're still like they're not doing their job. Like they're always like
Well, it would be teaching the Bible, but in context of the history and the peoples of that day.
Yeah.
Why were they like this? What, you know? Why did the Bible say have these laws against all of these foods you can't eat? Why? Because they were wandering people in the desert. If you think about all the food restrictions, that's all food that's very high in worms. They rot fast. They can be rotten easily. Stuff like that.
Well, see, the whole thing is that these whether people understand it to that level or not, these are images that they're trying to burn into children's mind that they'll never forget. That'll be played over and over again in their subconscious, which will play out into their conscious world. So it's like you're creating like the whole idea
Well,
with the rainbow. Like, I mean, there's other things that, you know.
I'm talking
that
high
has
school
a-
subjects, dude, not like 8th grade, not like 5th graders.
Yeah,
the part I don't think it matters, and I don't know if that was specified on what age groups this was going to be geared to, but it doesn't matter. It shouldn't be any of them, because just like parents
Oh, I
have the
don't.
right.
No. We're all in agreement that the 10 Commandments should not be up in the classrooms. But I also think rainbow flags and BLM flags should not be up either.
Okay, agreed.
I think political slogans and ideology, left or right leaning, should not
America
be
great.
part of the classroom. The
Yeah,
classroom
Make
is supposed to
America
teach
Great sign
us
probably
how to
shouldn't be in the
think for
classroom.
ourselves, not how to think for one side or another.
The part that was interesting to me out of this clip was when he asked her, he was like, so are you okay with the parents being polled and decided on if they're okay with putting the commandments up? And she was like, no. So it's like, you know,
it's no choice for this thing, but they can choose for those other things.
Yeah, so it's really hypocritical, because that's what they are screaming about, you know, the parents' choice, you know, what the parents want for their kids or whatever. But then it's like, when it's something that they, you know, want, then what the parents want no longer matters.
Yes. But they've been promoting that for a long time.
She's a parent that qualifies her to speak for all parents, right?
The one that is probably doesn't have her kids in the public school, that she wants those things posted. That's probably the dynamic there. You know, if she is a parent, she's a parent that doesn't have a kid in public school. Because her main concern is being able to control the kids that doesn't go to the school that her kid goes to, because they're getting taught the right, quote unquote, the right things.
Let me read some comments. It says, there's nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. Another one, it says, this is the type of Christian I can get behind, respect. Another one, it says, Texas denied federal funding that will feed hungry kids. But hey, let's post the 10 Commandments. Maybe that'll ease hunger pains. Christ taught the opposite of what this Republican Party stands for.
Man, stop it. And, you know, like I said, I mean, I don't care what party is doing that. Because, I mean, honestly, right is right and wrong is wrong. I stand on both. I stand in the middle of the aisle in a lot of cases. But you know that like there's certain things that I mean people need to realize, and if we continue to allow them to take the precedence that they do, before you know it, they'll slip it into another bill where they're able to do it because we just wasn't paying attention. We say, hey, look at that gold bird flying through, and then you know they're
All of
sneaking
a
a black
sudden,
chicken.
it'll be there. Let me read another one. It says, as a Christian in Kentucky who's so tired of our precious faith used as a political instrument, thank you sincerely. I don't think it takes much biblical literacy to understand that hanging the Ten Commandments is very different than sincerely loving our neighbors, including children and students of different faiths. Bless you for this statement. Another one, why are they wasting time with these types of bills? Pay us more money, feed these poor kids, give them more books, after school care, pre-K for everyone.
And
See,
that's the
this is
thing, because that
my
was one
point.
of the things I was wanting to tell Doc was that like they're talking about these other little things they want to implement and that they can teach, but with the things that they're supposed to be teaching, like they have to change the levels, the reading level that they need to be able to pass, dropping it down so that it's easier for them to pass instead of actually spending the time with them to teach those things that other kids around the world are learning. Like, I mean, there's kids that's in the 6th and 7th grade on the other side of this planet that's learning geothermal. Like they're in such a higher level of thinking, and the thing is they're learning how to think. Like they're too busy trying to teach people what to think here instead of just teaching them how to think. Like that's like the biggest problem that I have is that they have that part of school wrong. Like you're supposed to be teaching them how to think because they're not, like they can actually finish a math problem. They can actually comprehend the words that's lined up in a row in these different books because they're taught how to think instead of what to think.
Yeah, and I really like that previous comment. It's like that's what I was saying earlier. Like they wasting time on all of this kind of bullshit when we have real issues that needs to be addressed and
Yeah.
subject matters that they should be discussing over bullshit like this.
Well, yeah, I mean, because like I said, if your argument was that, yeah, I am arguing along with you on that. But sometimes I think that the thing that you're choosing to use may get mistaken for this is the thing that you have decided to outline. But like I said, there's many other things that we could have used that same conversation on. But look, I'm gonna tell you, like I one thing that I'm gonna fight for more than anything is the children, and because I mean, like at this point, adults, a lot of them are old dogs that can't be taught new tricks, but some of us can because, like I said, I'm still learning as we go. Things that that I've been stubborn to, and I have to allow myself the ability to to see it and act accordingly based on that information. But the children, man, like they need us because we got foolish people that's our age doing things that will pretty much put them into a a slavery scenario going into the future because we're fucking whatever, fill in the
I,
blank.
I agree with that. But when we're talking about looking out for the kids, when I bring up the subject about them eating, which I tend to come back to over and over again, you guys push back on me on that.
No, because it's not about because see the whole thing. The reason why you're getting pushback is not because of the children getting the food. It's because that narrative is being brought up and is not actually the whole story. And when you're missing the story, you can't make a good decision. If you're not really looking at being able to see the side that they've been hiding or at least pondered that, you're gonna see that, okay, you're getting used, first of all, to, you got, the play worked. It distracted you because they're trying to get them to do something with the money that may not benefit the people, which happens to be a common theme when it comes to these people. Like, they want you to do something else with the money, and you have decided, I'm not gonna budge because, regardless, yes, I could use that, X amount of $1 billion, but if I gotta do it because, you're using your evil intent to do something else down the road that's gonna endanger my constituents, I choose not. I'll do without. Like, all money is not good money, bro. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I just feel like, I'll take the good with the bad if they're talking about feeding the kids.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel that Uganda is wrong for not accepting the money from the U.S. Because of their, strong beliefs in natural sex and instead of, same sex?
No,
This is the LGBT, the whole LGBT thing that they're trying to push in different African countries, and they choose that, because there's some that's like, hey, yeah, what's the deal? But there's some that's saying, no, I don't want it. Like, are they? You think they're wrong because they wouldn't accept the money for those reasons that they could have greatly used?
No, I don't think
I
they're
mean,
wrong at all.
complying, just but complying every time, and on the surface of what they're trying to make it seem like, oh, like Uganda, like as if they hate gays. No, that's not what we're gonna, they're not gonna pinpoint and try to make this, the biggest thing about our country when we have other issues that we're trying to grow through as the people of ourselves, and to bring in some ideology from, some any other country would be somewhat ridiculous. And I think that that's, we need to at least give that same kind of outlook, or the, the chance that these people are saying that the more conservative voices have a reason to say no than to just accept every little dollar that somebody throw at them as if they're a hooker or a stripper at the strip club.
It
I
just seems to me that, it's always when it's money that's going to help people, that's when they have a problem with it every time. It's the debt ceiling, or it's
it's purposely presented to you in that way to make them the the bad guy. But at the same time, it is, the people who fight for these rights for the kids. In one perspective, you have to say, well, damn, you was fighting for the kids. Why was this? Oh, well, if you give them the opportunity, they explain to you exactly why.
it's a
But you don't want
reoccurring
to hear
thing.
that side. It very much is, but you don't, like, we are lied to way more than we're told the truth to. And we can't allow, like, when we know the play, to allow them to keep pushing us to the left and know that the play is going to the right.
It's always the same story, Whenever it's money to help folks, we don't have that money.
I hear you.
When you have money to for some bullshit
Chaka,
to help
it
another
seems like
country
you're
or something.
willing to ignore what was just said to because that story that sounds more convicting. Like that's something that draws you in more. It's a lie. It's something, and like I said, we can't get hold of.
We lost him. I got to get out of here anyways. Yeah. The name of the show is You Scaring Me. I was just thinking about some of the stuff people are saying in the politics and kind of the way the world is going, the fighting in the Middle East and so forth and so on. It's pretty scary, and that's pretty much where I got the title from. It's a clip from the movie Django where the guy is like, he said, "You said you ain't know him." She said, "I don't." He said, "You don't. You do." She said, I what did she say? "I ain't." He said, "Well, then why is you crying?" She said, "It's because you scaring me." He's like, "Why is I scaring you?"
Because you scary.
Because you scary. I love that little clip, man. The acting in that movie was so great. And Kerry Washington, I think that because there was so many other great actors in that movie, they didn't realize how much she contributed to that.
Go
ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought I had a little space there, but I'm kind of curious. Would it have been even better if the original person for Django would have stayed in the movie?
You talking about Will Smith?
Yeah.
Nah, no way.
Yeah, I think Jamie.
Jamie nailed it.
He nailed it. Yeah, it would have been a totally different movie with Will Smith in there.
I believe so too. Because I mean, that's a couple of different movies. Because I even asked that about The Matrix, because Will Smith was supposed to be Neo.
Yeah, I think though with The Matrix, I don't know that it would have made that much of a difference because Keanu Reeves didn't really have to do a lot of acting in that movie, if you will.
No, I can't see Neo as the happy fresh prince from the computer. Does not work for me.
Yeah, I think they did right by having just the image of Keanu Reeves. I think works really well.
Yeah, I think nobody wanted to have sex with him on the set, so he got mad and left.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Male or female.
But that movie was so well written, and they put so many good actors.
And they never would have got
Keanu.
Jada for the sequels.
With that part too, but I think we could have did with. Well, I mean, we could have done without either one of them. But
I think the impact wouldn't have been that much though overall, because the movie was so well written and the actors around him was so good. Like I said, Keanu didn't really have to do much acting. He's not a great actor, I would say. He's a character actor.
That's the whole idea was him being that way.
Yeah, he was just
being
himself.
a robot from the Matrix, not in touch with his real feelings, learning how to deal with this, emaciated deadpan, just kind of like, whoa, shit, what the fuck, all this being thrust on him. Will Smith would have just been too happy about it.
Well, I think that they were overutilizing his presence with wanting him to do that role. Because number one of the things that, I think would have been more significantly, expressed is the fact that the one was a black man.
Yeah, well, I think that image would have had an impact over the overall show because his crew mostly were black folks too, and it was like it was like the writing was written that way. It was supposed to be like
the original story was meant to
black
be that way.
superhero story or something like that.
Yes,
but it's also the Jesus story.
But I don't know if it's supposed to be the pureness. But he chose to do something totally like the other movie that he took at that same time flopped. So
that movie Wild Wild West. It was a major flop. Yeah, he made a bad decision.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a bad decision, it was a bad movie.
Yeah. Both.
That's what made it such a bad movie, was that it was a bad decision for him in the first place. Like that movie, we probably should have never seen. Like
Yeah,
it
it
should
was
probably,
terrible.
yeah, like it
I want to
shouldn't.
say I
It
went to the
shouldn't
movies
exist.
and watched that too, and I was just sitting there like, what the hell am I watching? Like they were trying to make like a Western, futuristic Western or some shit. Like, yeah, that movie was terrible, terrible.
Yeah.
Anyways, man, I gotta get out of here because I gotta work in the morning. So, Pat, you still driving? It's 3 a.m.
Yeah, well, I hired a driver, so I got him going to day shifts, and I'm doing the night shift, so that's why I'm able to be here with you guys this evening because, my schedule is totally different, and I'm here when, while y'all, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be up for at least another, let's say, 8 hours or so. So.
Well, I'm glad that it worked out that way for the sake of the show. I freaking got 3 online classes this semester.
You selfish son of a bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
I got 3 online classes this semester and 1 face-to-face. So that's where all my time.
So everything worked out, or did you have to go? You went with that plan because it was a bit like, well, we'll talk later. But
Yeah, I'm
okay.
trying to get out of there. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get out of there. I got bad news related to my GPA for my minor. They said it was too low. And I'm supposed to be done. These are my last 4 classes, but I can't. They won't let me out of there with my GPA for my minor being low because I fucking dumbass took a summer class that was 1 month. It was a 1-month class. And I didn't know what the fuck I was signing up to, and I could not fucking maintain that class. I got an F in that class, and it brought my damn GPA down because it's only measured within those couple of classes that I have for the minor, which aren't very many classes. So that 1 F brought that particular grade point average down. So
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know
thinking
if I'm
about
going to
going back to
graduate.
school. I'm thinking about going back to school, but it's somewhat leisurely. I mean, but the thing that I'm going to school for is not leisurely, but I mean, I'm going to be slowly taking some of these classes, probably going into the fall. But
well, the reason why I mentioned the classes is because I'm not going to have a lot of time to spend preparing for the show, doing the show, and a lot of stuff like editing and making videos because those 3 online classes going to take a whole lot of my time, like a lot of my time.
Hey, that's something I want to talk to you about too. We might be able to. I don't know. We might be able to make a deal on, but one day this week, I don't know. Maybe we'll be able to talk. Maybe before the show or something. Next weekend or something. I don't know. Well, you know what? Whenever you get a chance, I know you're working in the morning. Tomorrow evening after work or something, give me a holler because I want to run something by you to see if you'll be interested.
All right, that's cool. Y'all got any final words or whatever? The you scaring me idea is just like the state of the world. Mostly it's really the stuff I'm hearing out of the mouth of these politicians. It's like, the truth, it seems like truth is gone. It's like truth is dead. Like what is actually true seems like it's not a thing anymore. And that's what's scaring the shit out of me. And people are just gobbling up the propaganda and the mistruths, misdirections, the partisan politics.
Well, I don't know if you saw. I mean, I posted this thing on Facebook. I think last week about how most people. This is I'm paraphrasing myself because I would forget it exactly. But in a nutshell, most people are so used to lies, like they're more comfortable with lies, that when someone who speaks truth, it irritates them.
Yeah.
And this is something I find to be a common theme. Like, I mean, when you find that rare instance when it's somebody who's kind of like, oh no, that's bullshit, or kind of sees it the same way, even if some of your opinions vary. And just the fact that they notice that, I start to feel a strong bond with them, because it's just like, at least there's somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't remember the last time I ran across somebody who
I'm
gives a
telling you,
shit.
I feel you. Completely feel you on that, because yeah, like they're uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable with people who speaking the truth, because there is so many lies. It's like, you're a normal person if you just lie all the time. Like you tell the truth, and you stand out as a
Yeah,
outsider.
something doesn't feel right in their soul, because it just doesn't match with all of the other bullshit that they've been consumed with. And it's just like, it's the deep in their core, because, like, I mean, people that I know to be rational people who I know, love and care, and about people. But when it comes to the things that they've been structured, and the plan for them to like the media that has control, focused on controlling what they believe, and this, that, and the other. Like, if you try to break that spell, you most likely you're gonna get cussed at, you're gonna get snarled, and maybe even halfway bitten, because
And,
you
and,
didn't.
and people think there's something wrong with you, like that, like you're stupid or whatever. If you tell the truth, if you have some integrity, if you have some character, if you stand on anything,
Bro,
it's something wrong with you.
have any kind of pushback on, because like, I have a friend of mine, I mean, he's a little older than me, but I would say that I somewhat grew up with the guy, love him dearly, but I mean, he's so controlled by the media that, even just simple things that should just make sense to anybody, that, you know anybody that's thinking for themselves, it it wouldn't be that type of a thing. And it's really hard to deal with from time to time, because I've accepted it for the most part, that that's what people have been doing, or what will continue to do. But it's still, it really hurts my heart to see it, when I know that these people are way beyond that. Or at least you would assume they would be way beyond that, based on their background, and it's like, in many different. It could go on and on and on, the different angles, but overall, I think I want to just tell the people, thank y'all for stepping in, coming in and visiting with us, whether you're here for the live show or you're here on the replay. There's really no need for us without you guys, and us expressing our opinions, so that you could possibly make better decisions for yourself, your family, and your neighbors. But you know, of course, I'm gonna add that we could definitely use some of your dollars and quarters and nickels, whatever you can spare, or whatever you might be able to give to the network, to the show, so that we can continue bringing this good information to you guys, um, every week. And I think you got it flashing there, for people to. Oh, okay, you got Zelle. Okay, I like that. But yeah, I mean, besides that, I just say, stay vigilant mentally, as well as physically, spiritually, because I mean, we're getting hit from all different angles. And just to have the patience and ask yourself questions on if certain things make sense. Why does this make me feel this way? Why, what I'm saying, should I be angry about this, or what a part of the story am I missing that they didn't tell me? We got to keep ourselves pretty active, mentally, so that we don't fall for the okey doke, and things continue to go in a direction that doesn't help us. So Chaka.
That's it,
Doc?
man. That's it, man. Thank y'all for
Okay.
joining. Thank y'all for listening. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace. Love. Out.
And so